build them in suboptimal locations, either because you're trying to get land cheap or you're trying to do it quick. So you buy properties in suboptimal locations, or you build them suboptimal locations, and you're not able to realize and unlock the value in those properties. So it becomes a vicious cycle where we are unable to scale, we're unable to grow, and then as developers, when we manage to finish that first project and you make your profit, you're just like, you know what, thank God, let me go and do Thanksgiving in church or in the mosque, and I'm not doing this anymore. And then you go to other industries. Meanwhile, there is a better way. What is the better way? What we found out, I mentioned to you earlier on about what's happening in fintech. What we found out is that digital has become the new normal. If you do not go digital with your business, you're going to get outpaced. If you do not believe me, I will simply refer you back to the story of Nitel. I remember when President Obasanjo said they were going to sell GSM licenses. Everybody said, it's not possible, who is going to buy? They said they would sell it for $200 million. And people screamed, no, it's a... And then they started selling them. Today, the biggest company in Nigeria, one of the biggest two, if it's not the biggest, it will be the second, is MTN. And they are an international force. Airtel, international force. Even Globalcom, international force. Simply on the back of technology. And technology would disrupt any industry, whether you want it to or you don't. PropTech is able to simplify transactions. One of the biggest, the slide that I skipped earlier on was talking about transparency. A lot of people that want to do real estate in Nigeria complain about title, complain about knowing that the owner is the real owner, complain about all sorts of issues, complain about no approvals. What PropTech does is it addresses all of that in one click of a button. Because with PropTech, let me even say something that might sound scary to some people here. With PropTech, very soon you will not need a CFO. You wonder why? I'll tell you, as a developer, I have people that bought properties in our estates over 15 years ago. I'm only just finding out that they don't have title documents. And I asked one of them, who is a professor, who was working for WH, I said, why in God's name did you never perfect your title? And he looked at me. I said, why do you think I bought property from you in the first instance? I go, what do you mean? He said, I know you had title. And once you had title, I know you are honorable, you're not going to sell my property, so I'm okay. I was scared for him because I'm like, what if I wasn't honorable? I'd have sold his property years ago and he wouldn't have known. But what PropTech does is when you have a digitized database of titles, you can buy a property from me, not bother to register it, and sell it to any other person. Another person has to do is come back to me and we switch records. It's what happens abroad. There's no land registry keeping dirty documents that are dusty. It's all digital. And it's going to happen. So while we have state governments still fighting to keep the Land Use Act as archaic as it is, technology is moving to the point where the Land Use Act will soon become irrelevant. Because all that would happen is a developer goes the first line, gets that title, sorts out his paperwork, creates a secure document around it, and then he begins to sell to other people under him. And everybody shares part of that title, and nobody goes back to perfection of anything. That's what PropTech does. Digitization will remove the lack of transparency that we have right now, because anything you're doing, it is easy. You can't lie anymore. Facts don't lie. So somebody's selling you a house in Maraba and tells you it's a roofing stage. You don't need to even go there. Just click on the button and do a video, and you know whether there's even cleared the land or not. I mean, I know we're all professionals in this room. That's why I can afford to be very direct with some of what I'm saying. Co-living and co-working structures are becoming the norm. People are no longer buying big houses. Or when they're buying the big houses, they're turning them into single apartments. Something like what Sam was sharing with us yesterday. That's the new normal. People are buying 5-bedroom houses and converting them, and you're having 5 people living in one house. It's becoming the norm because the young people do not need those big houses that we're building anymore. They just want services and a decent environment. We spoke yesterday about 3D homes. Use of technology is going to make building better homes the norm, and making them more efficient also the norm. We also spoke about power. power is going to change the way everything works. So right now in Nigeria, there are also PropTech opportunities coming up. You have property portals, you have crowdfunding models, you have all sorts. All these things are happening right now in the industry. And then all of this coming together are going to change the way you transact. Very soon, you will not have to go and look for people to buy your property. They come to you. Very soon, you do not need to take people to sites, like what Sam is going to do to us tomorrow. We don't need to get on a bus anymore. Very soon, he's just going to put a CCTV camera on his site, and it's going to stand here, and he's going to do a digital tour for all of us. And we'll be able to see everything that is on that site as if we're physically there. That's the new normal. That's going to happen with technology. And then, of course, with blockchains, you're going to also find that, like I already mentioned, tackling becomes very easy. A state government that I need to commend here is the Lagos State government. I mean, recently, they launched an app for the Ministry of Fiscal Planning. So in Lagos now, if you want to do fiscal planning applications, you don't need to go to the state secretariat. On your phone, you can actually submit. You can open applications. And that's where it's going to go. You do not need to. So even our professional bodies will have to change their paradigm. So if I want to do layout planning, I do not need somebody somewhere having to draw A0 maps for me very soon. It's going to be signing them digitally. I don't need architects to do the same. I don't need engineers to do it. So everything is changing. The way we do business is going to change dramatically within the next 5 years. This is just examples of all sorts of applications that I have there. The next slide, please. These are all the applications. There are many more, but these are like the major ones that are currently in the industry. And like I said, you find them in various segments, various sectors of the industry, disrupting the way the businesses are modeled. Now, let's talk about what we're here to share with you, Stow. What does Stow do? We realize that a major problem that the market has, next slide, please. A major problem the market has is that lack of transparency, lack of predictability, lack of confidence. People are afraid that if they give you money, are they going to get the solution that they're buying from you? Does it work? So we came up with Stow, and Stow is a digital marketplace. It's not meant to sell occupied properties. It's meant to be a digital marketplace for new build homes and off-plan homes. So if you're starting a development anywhere in Nigeria that's a new build development, by the time you onboard it on Stow, over 1 million people will see it automatically. And people can sign on and buy property anywhere in this country without ever leaving their actual location. I'll show you how it works. So what is Stow trying to do? So it's trying to create a digital marketplace that revolutionizes home ownership. It's helping people to build individual credit history because you're paying over a period of time and you're aggregating your data. So even people that want to build for you, they are building homes that are designed to meet your exact need rather than just building and speculating. It provides transparency and flexibility for first-time home investors. It increases accountability. I already spoke about that. It integrates with e-banking platforms. So all your transactions are digital. We're not creating our own solutions. We're using Flutterwave, Paystack, and IntoSwitch as a back end, and they're processing all the transactions on the back end. It integrates with the NMLC mortgage marketplace. So NMLC has created a mortgage marketplace where all providers of mortgages can profile clients and see if you're the kind of person they want to give mortgages to. What we've done with Stow is to integrate with Mortgage Bank, Abbey Mortgage Bank, and it's our primary mortgage bank, but other mortgage banks on the NMLC platform. So when you're a subscriber on Stow, as you're paying for that property that you signed on into, your profile automatically goes into the mortgage marketplace. So what we're looking to do is to create a situation where within a foreseeable future, you begin to get letters of offer in your email that says you've been pre-qualified for a mortgage. And you can actually buy a home without having to carry files and be chasing people and asking for people to help you chase people. I thought somebody would be excited about that. It is possible because today in the Western world, people get credit cards in the email. And you wonder how it is because they profiled you. They saw your record. They know that you've been paying your bills and you automatically are pre-qualified for credit. It can happen here. And that's what we're leading to because these are assets that are of high value. So once you're buying a property, whether you're buying a 5 million, 10 million, 15 million naira property, you're automatically being profiled. By the time you're finishing your 10%, you're getting an offer letter that says, oh, because you were consistent in paying this money over 6 months, we're giving you an offer of a facility. And there are companies out there that is all they need to support you. It deepens the developer pool because developers no longer have to build markets. The market has already been built for them. They just have to come in with a product and sell to it. It helps to create real wealth because, like I said earlier on, people can actually sell. So while the property is under construction, it's an option. You can sell your options, you can sell your rights. So in the Western world, people talk about first mortgages, second mortgages, even third mortgages. So I buy a property, you take me out, you return my equity, and give me a small margin on top. Somebody else can buy it for me, and that's where we're leading towards, where we can begin to trade real estate assets the way you trade every other asset out there. So when we launched Stow in the test phase in October 2020, and as of today, with minimal market, in fact, until 2 months ago, we hadn't been marketing it, but we have 1,900 people who of their own volition went on the Apple stores and downloaded it. But the most interesting for us is that Nigeria, US, UK, Canada are competing for the number of people that are downloading it. So all those Nigerians abroad who were trying to invest, who were afraid of Nigeria, are beginning to find out, okay, if I can do it digitally, then I can actually invest. Now, this is how the dashboard of Stow typically looks. It's a very simple interface. I'm going to play a video now that will, okay, so, and then the next one. So it's a mobile app, like I said, and we're going to play this video, and this video will basically walk you through it. Can you play the video, please? Can you play the video?
Makes it possible for you to view off-plan property in your preferred location, place your orders for your unit or units, and make payment, all from the comfort of your home or office. You can also monitor the progress of development of your unit without having to visit the site, as live updates are sent through the app. To use the app, visit the Google Play or iOS App Store to download the mobile app on your phone, or go to www.stow.ng to use the web version. Sign up by filling the sign-up form to gain access to the dashboard. Once there, click Buy a Property to open the property listings and search page. Search for your desired property by location, type, or price. Click on your desired property and view payment plans. Select desired payment plans and click Next. Read and accept the terms of purchase to move to the next stage. Select payment spread option and mode of payment. Subsequent payments are made by clicking Next Payment on the dashboard to repeat the steps above. Stow is brought to you by Octo 5, freedom to own a home.
So thank you very much. So what we're doing now is that we're opening up the platform to third-party developers. What does that mean? We're not trying to create a closed system for our projects. We're creating a system for all developers who do off-plan or new build homes to be able to offer their properties wherever it's located to people that are interested in buying them. The way it typically works is that it gives you, as a developer, access to a pre-qualified list of willing subscribers, people who have completed all the process, all the onboarding process, they've submitted the financial document and everything. You know that they can afford to buy your homes. It gives you faster access to revenue. So as a developer, what it means is that you can say to yourself, okay, I'm going to develop 100 units. Because I want to unlock cash flow, I'm going to put 25 of the units on the Stow platform. Those 25 units will reduce the need to borrow from you because it guarantees you offtake. It provides you access to virtual project managers. Because Stow tries on integrity, every project that's on the Stow platform is properly assessed. There are professionals who are checking what's going on. Because what we're offering subscribers is that they can get their product, they can get their properties, and they get good quality properties. It increases market visibility, and then it gives you free marketing as a developer. So I'll stop at this point. There's a lot more I'd like to share with you, but I'll stop at this point because of time, and I'll hand over to Roland, who will then, so this is speaking to it from the marketing point of view. Roland will share with you another solution that's coming to market that speaks to it from the financing point of view. Thank you very much.
All protocols observed. 10 minutes. Okay, I'll try and do it in 15 minutes. And I think that Jide has helped me to kind of, please can you put up the presentation, Kingsley? Has helped me, to lay a very solid background to what we're doing with Prop Crowdy. Are we on? Okay, great. Next slide, please. So before I get to Prop Crowdy, I'm going to rush and talk about property technology, the Nigerian Property Technology Association. Next slide, please. Which is what Jide has kind of alluded to. There are about 100 young startups who are working across the value chain of property to make sure that we get to the next dimension of real estate transactions. So that's the portal for the Nigerian Property Technology Association. There are a lot of resource materials there. You can look it up. Next slide, please. Next slide, since there's no time. So I've mentioned this next slide, about 100 startups. So if you look at this value chain, the Center for Affordable Housing Finance, sometimes around 2015, thereabout, created this value chain in understanding the process in real estate. And what the over 100 startups in the country are currently doing is looking at this value chain, right from access to land up until maintenance of the property, to find how technology will happen. A case in point is the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, which is LASRIRA, who I think they won an award here yesterday or 2 days ago. We helped in developing that portal for regulation of real estate activities in Lagos State. So it just tells you what property technology can do in terms of that value chain. Next slide, please. And so these are some of the startups in the country. I think Jide, did his fantastic work talking about all of them, from co-living to rental. So the entire landscape for real estate transactions in Nigeria has changed significantly. Next slide, please. And so that brings me to Prop Crowdy. What's Prop Crowdy? Next slide. So basically, I think Hakim also mentioned about crowdfunding and the rules. So it's what we have found in the market even before now is that developers face a lot of challenge trying to raise financing. Construction financing today, I think, is around maybe 23, 25%, right? Next slide, please. And then also, it becomes very difficult for people to get into real estate investment. So what often happens is that even the guy who earns the minimum wage thinks that he can never get onto the property investment ladder. Understand what I'm saying? It's not like his 30,000 naira would buy him a house, but he can get onto an investment in real estate without having to buy a piece of land, develop it, or just think of going through that process. So basically, what Prop Crowdy is doing is democratizing real estate investments. With as minimum as 10,000 naira, you can get onto the property investment platform. And we'll discuss this further. Next slide, please. So I talked about crowdfunding already, so let's just move. I mean, real estate crowdfunding is putting a lot of people together to then fund that transaction. Next slide, please. So it's a game of numbers. Next slide, since I have only 15 minutes. Okay, so an important thing that happened in January this year was the regulation of crowdfunding. In 2017, 2018, we tried this before. We went on a roadshow trying to raise investment, and I think Jide at that time was with OPIC, and I think he went with us on that roadshow. We went to Europe trying to raise funding, but by the time we needed some kind of authenticity or endorsement from SEC, we didn't get it, and that transaction collapsed. But thank God, January this year, SEC has passed a regulation for crowdfunding. So they've made it in such a way that the transactions that you are doing is safe and is regulated. So it's not just like some scheme that nothing is happening in. Next slide, please. So next slide, I think I'll just run through the slide. Now, what are we doing basically? And it is important that I speak to this point. Now, what you find is that many Nigerians, both home and abroad, are having the challenges of trusting investment vehicles. Who should they trust when they want to do real estate transactions? Now, some of these investments are not affordable. So, for example, for you to get into property investment, you would need to have up to maybe anywhere from 2-3 million if you wanted to invest. So it's not affordable. And then you find out how many of these developers are reliable and can you trust? We've had incidences of where people send money home to come and do investment, and by the time they come back home, nothing is found on ground in that investment, right? And then also, very important thing that Stowe is also doing is the live updates, which is also very critical. So you can get onto the app and then you will see the live updates of the project that you're doing. Right, let's move to the next slide. I want to get to the portal itself. Now, what's our guiding principle at Prop Crowding? Basically, we have looked at the Sustainable Development Goals, okay, 17 of them. And about 8 or 9 of those goals feed directly into what we are doing. So you have no hunger. Of course, with real estate investment, it's going to help your economic ability. So I won't go through all of that, but basically the guiding principle is that no matter where you are at, in terms of your in the economic ladder, you are able to do some form of investment in real estate and in property. Next slide, please. And so basically, it's transforming what is intangible, to tangible. So people who hitherto were looking at property investment as something that cannot happen, now, it's all an opportunity for them to be able to do this. Next slide. Okay, this is the portal. So let's just run through. Let's just go to the live portal. So, no, not there. Go to the next. No. Not yet. Go back. Next slide, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Just go because of time. I was talking, okay, here. So I was talking about the market side. So you can go. Let's go to the live portal so I can show you basically how it works. So if you look at that portal, as you get into the portal, I think they just canceled that. If you get into the portal, you'll see the disclosure, where we have fully disclosed, and this is a SEC regulation, to say that when you come to the portal, you will have a full disclosure that the investment that you're doing has a high risk, just so that people are aware before they do that transaction. So let's try and let's go to, just scroll down. People, you can look at this portal, in your spare time, or even while the presentation is going on, propcrowdy.com. Now, let's try and invest in a property. We have a property on, so let's try and invest in a property on the portal. This is a 12-unit apartment somewhere in Ikota. So it shows you are exploring the opportunities. Now, here, what we have done is that if you look at the portal right now, you see the pictures of the development on the portal. But I want you to go to the, before you come down, go up, I want you to show the deal room. So I want you to scroll through those pictures, just to kind of tell you the kind of things that also Mr. Odusholo has mentioned about, talking about, having to see the transaction and the document. So if you look at this, this is Bolaji Apartments in Lekki, developed by Hazrat Homes. If you look at it, it's showing you the area view. It's showing you the neighborhood area. If you just keep scrolling, it shows you what's happening in development. It shows you the neighborhood, so you don't have to even travel to the site. If you look at this property, you will see that it's like an isolated property where people are already living. So this tells you the kind of investment. Now, if you stop here, it's showing you that piles have been done on that property. Go ahead. Just let's run. I want to show you to the document. I want to get to the documents down, where you can also see the documents and you can do your independent verification. Scroll through the pictures, please. Thank you. So, for example, that's the receipts being paid to Lagos State government for their consent. Scroll down. It shows you also the building. Go on. It shows you the building approval. I'm sorry because my chairman has given me 15 minutes, so that's why I'm rushing. But I want you to see what's happening at this portal. So you see the building plans. You see the stamped approval. Just keep scrolling because I want to show this deal room. It's very important when you are doing a transaction. So you can verify some of these things that you have seen. So that's the stamped approval from Lagos State is right there. If you wanted to verify before you do investment, you will do all of that. So let's go down the page, please. And so it tells you about the company, it tells you about who's doing what. Scroll down. And we also get the opportunity to upload the video. If you can just play for about 30 seconds and then stop while we continue. So on the portal, you can also share the development. Now, what are we doing? We're trying to cut time. We're trying to increase efficiency. We're trying to make sure that real estate investment becomes very easy and everybody on the ladder, irrespective of no sound, irrespective. Okay, let me just. Okay, we can continue. We can go out. Let's go to the, we can go out. So I just wanted to show you, the capability for the portal. So let's try and invest in Bolaji Apartments. And so you click on invest, it says login. So without logging in, you can really not invest. So it takes you, so let's just, how many minutes are? 10 more minutes? So it's saying we're trying to get all the details to ensure that you can log in, and have your profiling and your detail. Are you having challenges? Should I wait for you guys or I just go ahead? Okay, so basically you get to the portal and then it brings up the development for you, and then you can go from investing, and like I've said before, we're looking at as low as 10,000 naira for investment. So what we have done with the portal is that you can also have a wallet on the portal. So you can, if you're not ready to invest and you want to keep putting money in the wallet on the portal, you can continue to do that until you have the minimum investment that should happen. So for example, this is a wallet. You want to pay 1 million naira. So you have Paystack, you have Flutterwave, and maybe if you have your wallet, we've created a prop crowded wallet where you can put money until you are able to invest. So you can actually go through the process, having done your due diligence on the portal, you can actually go through the process of investing in the development. And I think that, okay, so because you don't have 1 million naira there, it shows you have insufficient balance on the wallet, okay? So this investor doesn't have money and they are trying to invest. So you might just want to use a Paystack. But I mean, I enjoin everyone because of time to go through the portal and before we get to the Q&A session, and then we can have all the questions asked. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roland. We're going to come to Q&A, but I'll just invite Prof to make some remarks. I know that he is also, Prof sits as the chairman of a board on which I'm a director, and I think he will say more about that in the course of his remarks.
Good morning, everyone. I'll stand on the existing protocol. In 2015, in this very structure, I presented what I called the housing challenge in Nigeria, adopting the value chain approach. Everyone looked at me and thought, what the hell is he talking about? And by then, CAHF, the Center for Affordable Housing Finance in South Africa, had just released the value chain approach in their 2014 report. I said, look, what we needed to do was to develop a portal that connected all the dots and consolidated the housing value chain. And that was the birth of what eventually became the housing market system that the NMRC is using at the moment. What we now see is the combination of bringing together prop tech and fintech. And I would like to really congratulate Jide and Roland for what they've done. I recall 4 or 5 years ago, Roland walked into my office and we were talking. He said he was doing the market study for key cities, Abuja, I believe Lagos and Port Harcourt at the time. You said you've added a few more to it. And he said he'd been walked out of the room by many people. I said, look, this is where to start. And we supported the preparation and production of that for some time. I don't know if it's still going on, but those were the foundations. What am I giving this backdrop for? We cannot move forward if we do not digitize. First of all, we have to disrupt, and that's what this is doing. So the first D has been achieved, which is to disrupt the market. The next stage is to digitize, and that digitization is what is going on. Yesterday, we spoke about the data. We cannot reliably inform anyone, whether it's here in Nigeria or elsewhere, if we do not have reliable data. And so that digitization and having the data live is what we need, and we can see that being demonstrated. The next process is to dematerialize that whole rambit of information that is a part of the process of approvals for housing, right through that value chain, whether it is title, whether it is construction finance, whether it is mortgages, and whether it is refinancing and the securitization, which is the ultimate. That dematerialization, which means you can now trade, you can trade the instrument as if you were trading the houses, but not the actual houses. You're trading stocks as you trade stocks in the market. That is where we are, and that's where we are building on. It is when we've done that that we can bring in new technologies like cryptocurrencies into the process, and that would be to demonetize the whole process. So 4Ds achieved. The last, which Roland alluded to, is to democratize the process. Make it possible that whoever wants to buy a property doesn't have to have had the cash ready, but can use the processes that are in place to be able to do so. And so really what I see as a future is to ensure that we have these 5 Ds achieved. What we have achieved so far is to ensure that no one needs to have all the money ready to go out and buy property. They can use the processes that are being put together to do so. So I really commend the efforts and what's been done. It's not my place to make a presentation. It's just to try and synthesize what has been done to make you understand that this is the future of the housing market. It's to bring together the fintech, the proptech, and drive the market forward through those 4 Ds. It is only when we reach the democratization of it that we can have the impact that we need. And so this is a starting point. We need to populate the data. We need to continue to do the work that we need to do to give really assurances in the marketplace. At the moment, if you go out there as you did, Roland, there's interest in the country, but when you look at the risks, people ask you, we cannot quantify the risk because we don't understand your data. If they can get the data and analyze it themselves, they can quantify that risk, and we can improve the flow of money. And when we improve the flow of funds into our economy, we can reduce the risk and also impact on our exchange risks, exposures, and so on. So there's so much that this brings together. You know, I'm not speaking theory here. I'm actually a practitioner. I implemented some of these solutions, but I'm trying to make it clear that you have a wide, broad perspective. The digital economy, the e-commerce economy, dwarfs what you understand today. And the capability is almost unimaginable because it's a technology-driven opportunity. And so I hope we embrace it in the industry. When you're asked to provide information about what you're doing, don't be hesitant, because it would come back to help you improve on what you're doing. It would come back to help you to actually draw in the customers that you need, whether it's domestic or international. And so that is the premise on which I'm totally in support of the development in the sector. And I really commend Judith, truly commend you, because as Hakeem alluded to, I also am part of a corporate entity that is driving similar initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, just before we go into the Q&A, let me also just, I really like some of the things that I've had this morning. I like the fact that Jide is thinking collaboration, because part of the issues that we have in this, that we've always had in this industry, is that we always like to go solo. We like to go as I've always preached in this industry that we have to move from the era of harmful competition to winning collaborations. You know, so nobody really needs to reinvent the wheel. If as a developer, or if my cooperative, for example, I have a cooperative, you know, we've been trying to develop our own e-payment platform, you know, so I don't have to spend money. I can always just onboard my members as are necessary onto his platform. So, I mean, that's very good for our industry. Roland used the word democratizing real estate investing. You know, as you know, that I'm an apostle of real estate investment trusts. In my previous life, I've had the privilege of leading the flotation of real estate investment trusts. I've also written a book, and which, by the way, is outside there in case you have not bought. Please buy your copy. You know, but more seriously, in the last chapter of that book, I wrote what next for REITs regulation. And I looked at 3 areas. I looked at risk management, I looked at sustainability, and I looked at digitization. Because the reality of the matter is that, you know, and you know, sometimes when you hear things like this, you will think it's far-fetched. But the reality of the matter is that it's already knocking the door. You know, we have to start, and I tell you, I'm working with some property owners now. We're trying to create an online REIT. We're going to create the normal REIT, and we're creating a digital version of the REIT. You know, I mean, we've reached very advanced stages in that respect. All through yesterday night, we were talking and we're having Zoom meetings, just trying to conclude the valuation of the assets. You know, and we're putting like 4 major assets together to drive that. But the reality of the matter is that beyond the physical asset, if we're able to get a level that you create a digital equivalent of the physical asset, that people can just come in, because one of the greatest problems of real estate is liquidity, access to liquidity. You know, people want to flip. You have to wait. You have to call agents. But when you get to a level that you can buy and sell, you know, pretty much the way you trade another commodity, that is where we can really grow this industry. And the way to look at it is to understand the value chain and to see how technology is driving some of the, I mean, I sat on some competition for startups, you know. You will just be blown away by what young men are doing in this industry today, you know. In fact, I told one of them that they want to convert some of us into endangered species, you know. We really have to quickly up our game so that we also remain relevant, you know. So I encourage us to take the issues that we're discussing this morning very seriously, you know, because whether we like it or not, disruption has come. And it's either you join the train, or the train of disruption will just drive you into oblivion. Yeah, that's why I like the session for this morning, you know. So congratulations to Jide, congratulations to Roland, that at least, in fact, the fact that PropTech is having a whole session at Abuja International Housing Show shows that we're now taking it seriously. Before, Roland will have had to wait for API, you know, before he will get this kind of audience that we're getting here today, you know. So on that note, I'd like to invite comments and questions generally, you know, around PropTech across the value chain. I can assure you that we have the capabilities on this stage to attend to those questions, the risk areas, the areas of concerns, and all those things, you know. So your comments and your questions. Yes. If you please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Okay, congratulations, Jide, Roland. Great stuff going on. Just a few questions. One is relating to due diligence. When you're selecting the developers you have on your platform, what will be the criteria? What kind of information will you require? How do you follow up with that information? And then the second bit is about transparency in the industry. So, for example, in the US, when property exchanges hands, automatically you can actually see it on the internet. If you Google somebody's name, if you Google a property, you can see a history on the exchange, on how the transactions on that property, the years, the amount paid. So now how will you be able to get that transparency from the land registries across the 36 states in our federation? Thank you very much.
Let me go first here. So I'll leave the transparency and title transfer to you to deal with. But you know, good question in terms of due diligence. So technology is one component of it, okay? Now, we have an independent advisory, independent investment committee who does the proper work of finding out whether a developer, okay, is fit to put on the platform. The reason is simple. The Security and Exchange Commission, right, the responsibility for any failure of transaction doesn't rest on the developer, it rests on prop crowding. So the Security and Exchange Commission is very clear. So we have an independent investment committee who looks at the proper due diligence. So for example, we're looking at, launch will happen in a few weeks down the line, okay? We're looking at onboarding about 3 developments. Now for Bolaji Apartment, for example, where I did get into is that on the portal, you will see that the equity contribution for Bolaji Apartment is 61%. We're only raising 100 million, which is 39% of the development, okay? So that process of conducting a due diligence, are there subscribers? There are 12 units of apartments, right? 6 have been sold. So all of that information, you know, is part of the due diligence that you find on the portal. So beyond just carrying a product to the portal, the traditional due diligence for any real estate transaction, to look at viability, to look at offtake, to look at the documents, are they ready? You know, and that's what happens with the investment. So you have to do all of that. So what we do is, it's an independent investment committee. You look at the market, you find people who are experts, who've been doing this, and are willing to join that investment committee, and then you put them together. So we have about 5 people on that independent investment committee. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Just on the issue of due diligence, because he's talking about it from the prop crowding investment, financing investment point of view. Because we are dealing with direct to market, meaning we're going to customers, 2 things we do. Number 1, every deposit being made towards home ownership using STO is insured. Now, we are the obligors. So what we've done is with third-party developers, we sign a vending agreement. Every developer that's onboarding on the platform has to show us their books. We've got to be able to cite your original title documents. Using our lawyers, we do our due diligence as if we're buying your property. So we know that you have good title. And then you have to agree that that title will be with a trustee. So you cannot go back and sell that same property to somebody else. That's stage 1. Then when it comes to your design and engineering drawings, we also have certified engineers and architects who have to go through all your designs. If we're not satisfied with anything in there, you've got to make those changes. It's only when you have gone through that entire process that your property gets onboarded onto STO. Because what we're saying to the customer is, once you see a property on STO, it means it has good title, it means it has clear documentation, it means the property is genuine, and it means the location is real. So we have to take on that obligation, which and that's why so it's quite similar. We have a team that's their job. That's why we spoke about for that. For developers, you have access to virtual project managers. So even those who are going into real estate, many people like that, who are not professional developers, can actually keep going into real estate quite all right, but now they have access to professionals that make that work easy. On the issue of titling and being able to trade, you did hear me mention that the second version of STO is actually to allow you to be able to trade the options in your property. We call them options because until you finish paying, you do not actually get title. But for some people, so you're doing a development and it's going for 5 million naira, and the person just has 2 million naira, he wants to lock away somewhere, he invests it. He has no intention in owning that property. And then by the time the property is finishing, he's trading for, say, 7.5 million naira. That same person actually, using the STO application, can opt to trade it to a third party. So we are still the title holders, holding the title in security. That person simply basically goes on his own page on the portal, signs that, he wants to trade his option. It fills in the name of the new buyer. That new buyer has to accept. The minute that new buyer accepts, the old buyer's details get frozen. I'm trying to use simple words so everybody can understand. It gets frozen, It can no longer trade that property. To all the purposes, they sold it. And then the new property, the new owner has taken it over. Now, what it essentially means is that we're creating a virtual registry. Now, each person can then opt to now take his physical documents and go and perfect in the land registry of the state where the property is located. But like I did allude to when I was sharing earlier on, we found out that a lot of property investors don't bother doing that. They don't bother going to perfect their title. But they then run the risk of somebody unscrupulous trading it on their behalf. So what STO does is it removes that, because we are giving you as a property investor insurance that says your title is secure. And in order to do that, we have to hold on to that title, and then when you now want to transfer, you have to write us, which is where you then go to paper, the old world. You have to write us, and then we transfer to you. I hope that answers the question.
If you just to add to your question about transparency, before I left where I used to be, we had actually prepared an arrangement with CESO. I believe that it was concluded to have a blockchain arrangement where all the transactions are time-stamped. So you cannot repeat. Once the title is transferred, you cannot do it a second time.
Exactly.
You know, it's time-stamped and it's secure. It's way more secure than the current system. That time-stamping ensures that you cannot replicate the transaction. In fact, you cannot trade on that title until the next round of the party that holds the title comes to the market. So even in the virtual context that Jide just described, the things work. Whether it's hard copy or it's virtual, either way, it's time-stamped, and that's it.
Okay, I mean, let me just add very quickly to, you know, although I'm the chairman, you know, but this is an area that I'm also very passionate about. Talking about digitization does not obviate the real estate content of what we're doing. You know, because I always stress the fact that when you invest in the digital equivalent of the asset, your return is going to come from the optimal management of the physical asset. So we all understand in this industry, as we push the conversation for digitization, penetration of the digital ecosystem, that at the end of the day, both you have to bridge, you have to create that bridge, very critical. Because your returns, because those who invest online, they invest with certain expectations. And the expectations of the return will not come from the digital ecosystem. So you still have to do all that you need to do. As what digital just does is to make it easier, simpler, faster, more efficient, more transparent, and that is where we need to focus our conversation anytime we discuss this. Thank you very much. The next question, please.
My name is Ali Yusuf David, and I'm a sales consultant. So my question is relating to cybersecurity threats. That's my question. So I want to know how PropTech user has secured in relation to the cybersecurity threat we are having worldwide, where the U.S. Secretary of General or U.S. Secretary had to come up and is telling the whole world that every user of a mobile phone is under cyber threat. So we want to know.
Thank you very much. The chairman is pointing to me. The truth is, we are here on earth, all right? US elections are still being hacked. If you have information, right, of hostages for commercial banks in Nigeria, when I mean hostage, okay, they break into their system and then they are asking them for ransom that we know about, right? I said, but the banks are still doing business, isn't it? So cybersecurity will be there. We've taken the highest form of security because this is, in fact, SEC would not allow you to go ahead if they've not seen your architecture and infrastructure, which we have had to, you know, allow them to see the back end and all of that. But I'm just saying that I cannot tell you here and say, no cyber issues, 100, no, you know. So I think the risk is there. We have done everything possible to hedge and militate against that risk. Now, another requirement by the SEC is also a fidelity guarantee. Okay, so if, for example, any of the staff is the one conniving or anything, so there's a fidelity guarantee and bond as part of the SEC requirement that we have had to go and get. So there are layers and layers of how would I put it, you know, risk management protocol and framework that has been put in place. But you're right. Facebook will still be Facebook. I think I'll just leave it there.
Sir, is it okay if I try to, let me just point out something. Sir, what do you do?
Yeah.
You're a sales consultant. Are you an ethical hacker? That's why he's asking the question.
What?
He's an
Ethical hacker.
Okay.
Yes, because you need to have them on your board. So harvest the hackers and then have them prevent the crime. That's actually what he's trying to do. With. It's a good place. Please clap for him.
Can we have this gentleman, please?
Over there.
Please tell us your name and your organization for
The chairman will take one, and then the next question, and we're done. All right.
Yeah, Femi Yusuf, Lafarge. I must commend you for this revolutionary move. I think the industry had been waiting for this for a long time. It's an industry that I think has suffered quite a lot from, several challenges: finance, quality of construction, professional apathy. You can just go on and on. So there are two areas I wanted to ask about. One is I like the bit about the professionals, but I think you need to make a bit more noise about that, about getting Nigerian professionals, project managers, architects. That is going to do a lot to not just strengthen what you're doing, but also enable a fast track of development and the technological input. So that's one part. Now, from our part as material construction developers, I believe if you're not thinking about it, you should. There is that channel along the value chain. There's that channel of how construction material producers and suppliers can get into this space. You could do it from the back end of just linking your developers to them, or find a way, because if you do that, and with the professionals, I think this is something that will really open up the space, standardize the space, and also allow that trust to be there with digital blockchain, with cryptocurrency, and all others. And then that will, the $20 billion, whatever estimate we've had of potential, lockdown potential, can be opened up. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's more of a comment. I'll just take this. I'm sorry we have to round up this session because we'll need to move on to the next session.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ifeanyi. I write for the News Agency of Nigeria. I've listened to most of the presentations, and they are very laudable, the ideas, the technology that is being deployed. But I'm also bothered because we still have a wide deficit. And real estate in Nigeria is usually targeted mostly because of affordability to between 5 to 15% of Nigerians. How, in specific terms, can technology help in driving the price down and making it a bit more accessible to the more common man in Nigeria to bridge the housing gap? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll still take this gentleman since I already pointed, and then I'll close the.
Can I quickly just answer that?
No, let's just take this question. Okay, then we'll answer the question and just have a closing remarks.
Good morning. My name is Timothy Gusa. I teach, I'm a planner, I teach urban design. I'm excited, really excited at what I heard today. I know my daughter who lives overseas has been trying to get a house in Abuja and she couldn't, so I'm sending her some information. So she may become a client to one of you guys who knows. But I have a question. I have experience in North America, Canada, the United States with mortgages, and in Ghana. I have never seen any mortgage, any attempt to offer anybody in Nigeria anything more than 4 or 5 years to be able to pay off for a house. So my question is that, are we really serious to expect people to pay for a house in 4 years? And what are you people trying to do about it? I see he's laughing because, but I think so it's a very practical question. No, thank you very much.
Okay. You answer the question, just give us your closing remarks.
Thank you.
2 minutes, and then
Is this working?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The reason why I was laughing is, for you to understand very simply, what we're trying to do is massive disruption of the market, but at the same time, scale up the market. You are right. No developer can give you longer than if you're fortunate 5-year payment plans. However, when you have scale, and I've got 1,000 customers who I am giving such terms to, I'm able to offload those credits to a mortgage bank who want it because it's clean credit. And then the mortgage bank is able to offload it to the NMLC, who have bonds that they can actually use to pay for a longer term. So you start out with a short-term credit line, but you potentially can end up with a long-term mortgage once the pipeline works. And that's what we're trying to actually achieve. The first question had to do with, what's the first question again?
How do we bring?
Yes, again, same thing. It's all about scale. The more we're able to do, I mean, Gemma from Lafarge said it quite well. If I am able to say to purpose of arguments, Simon Fuller, that I'm going to give you 1,000 customers able to take up your 1 million naira home, he doesn't have to worry about market building. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He just has to worry about production. He's able to go to the material source provider and take long-term procurement plans in place. And at the end of the day, by creating that skill, you bring more efficiencies in and you make the entire system work. And that's what I want us to take away from this. This is a long-term push to upturn and restructure a hidebound industry. And as we all work together, we're able to do it. Like the chairman said, it's all about collaboration. No one person can do it alone. But when we all come together and put all our resources to work, we'll be able to make this a whole new industry that changes the way people buy properties in Nigeria, and people can actually become free. And when they have that freedom, we will start worrying less about bombing each other because we all have a true stake in the nation. Thank you.
Prof, any last words?
My last words are about the market itself. It's all about consolidating the market. What we have is a fragmented market. You know, everything's operating in silos, and that's what technology is doing. PropTech and FinTech together combined are consolidating this fragmented market. When we do that, we can drive the scale that brings down the prices because we're able to draw in more funding, both domestic and internationally, and that is really the key here. The key is not just doing PropTech and FinTech for the sake of it, is to make it more affordable and to democratize the process. It's that democratization of the process that would allow us to really reach out and make home ownership a reality in Nigeria.
Roland.
Thank you. We should clap for Prof. Let's clap for Prof if we're going to clap. Yeah. Great. Now, my last word is going to be around pitching the Nigerian PropTech Association. Now, it's taken us about 3 years to develop PropCrowded, the platform that I just showed to you. There are a lot of traditional real estate players. By that I mean, before I would say Octo5, who's now transformed and is doing store, right? They have the muscle for a lot of the young startups that I just showed you across the value chain. We have over 100 startups. So my pitch is for the professionals, the urban planners, the architects, all of the traditional guys, that you should find a way, and I'm happy to make this bridge, for those young startups, those young tech guys, to incubate them, to find a way, whatever problems that you have, so that they can create solutions for you. And you don't have to pay them. These are guys who are hungry, they are passionate about technology. It's just for the big boys in the room to help them in some incubation, in some form of incubation, so that when they get into your organization, you show them the problem that you're having, and then they can proffer tech solutions. So that's my pitch. And if you think you want to do that, please, after the session, I'm happy to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Roland. Just before I round up, the president and I, I'm just a chairman. I'm subject to precedent. Can we just take his remark, then I will round up. Can you just give the mic to Dawobodo?
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate your presentation. And it occurs to me that an assignment we are having at hand now, you also could be incorporated and be useful. You know, we all know the argument. The Minister of Works and Housing had seriously, vehemently contradicted the shortage, that old figure of 70 million. And those of us in the built environment professions thought that we should come together and be able to verify and provide a reasonable figure for the world. It will be a united or well-investigated figures that cannot be contradicted in terms of housing units shortage in Nigeria, or the demand and supply comparison. My question is this: where do you think your technology will be of assistance to our committee? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our time is fast spent. I'm going to organize a side talk between you and NIOB president. You know, two things I want to say to us as we round up this session. Number one, disruption is there. Disruption is there across the entire value chain, you know, and anybody who wants to remain relevant, you have to latch on to what is happening. Otherwise, this train will just blow you up. Funding has always been a problem, but I've always been a strong apostle of the fact that all you need to do is to understand the regulation and see how you can legitimately, within the difficult regulatory milieu, you know, still raise your fund. And we've seen what has happened. We've seen what Lotus Capital has done. We've seen what Family Homes Fund has done with Sukuk recently. We've had what Shelter Africa is trying to do. I've also explained what we're trying to do with those 5 assets that we currently are working on. You know, so across the entire value chain, things are happening. You know, and technology. The young man asked what technology is doing. Let me tell you, one additional benefit of technology is that it's also helping people to create the habit of savings towards owning a home, planning towards owning a home. You know, we believe in Nigeria that you have to hammer before you buy a home. But it's not like that in other parts of the world. You plan, you dedicate a portion of your income, of your earnings, you know, on a consistent, because that's what the mortgage banks are going to look for when they want to evaluate your credit standing. And that is what technology is also doing through various cooperative platforms that we also. But the conversation continues. I'd like to thank you for being very active.
Please give them a round of applause. They've asked for their honorarium and... okay, I thought it's Esther code. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for them. Now, as a parent, you're almost ineffective if you're not IT compliant, because the challenges that our children are dealing with right now is different from the challenges we dealt with growing up. I know that I'm talking about being a parent, and some people are looking at me. I'm on the 4th floor at the moment, and I have 4 children. I've been married for 10 years. So just in case you're looking at me, please clap. All right. And the question that the young man who was sitting there asked is something that we need to also pay attention to. He's talking about how effective, how cost effective is it? You know, how do we ensure that it is cost effective? First of all, IT by design, right, is cheaper than anything you can talk about. We can have this entire conference online. That's one way to go. So thank you very much. we move on to the next session. Now, before we move on to the town planners, or the third segment, or the third session of this program, permit me to very quickly recognize some of our guests, and then we inaugurate, we invite the members of the committee to do their business before we move on to the third session of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, while that conversation was going on, the Honorable Commissioner of Housing, Lagos State, Mr. Fatai, just walked into the house. Sir, thank you once again for coming. Nice to see you again. Right. Now, I'd like to recognize here in our midst Dr. Bisi Ogunjobi, the former Vice President, Africa Development Bank. Where are you, ma'am? Madam? Oh, sorry. You, sir. Thank you so much. I also have here with us the MD, Family Homes Funds, Femi Adewale. Thank you. Mr. Gano, the CEO of Affordable Homes, Brains and Hammers. Where are you, sir? Thank you for coming. Mr. Okay. The Deputy Vice President 2 of the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, REDAN, is also here with us, Mrs. Mercy Yotia. Where are you, ma'am? All right. Thank you so much for coming. All right. I'll be calling you shortly because I'm going to trouble you a little more. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have the Enugu State Housing Development Corporation, the GM, the MD. He's the chief executive. So we need to rewrite this thing on your card. I'm actually reading from your card, but I know you're the CEO. Yes, because it's written GM CEO of the Enugu State Housing Development Corporation, Mr. Agu Chukwuemelie. Where are you, sir? Sir, where are you? Okay, I think he stepped out. All right, I'll recognize you once again. But at this point, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, just before I invite the panelists for the next session, I'd like us to move on to the flag-off ceremony of the youth competition on housing designs, ideas for affordable housing. Right? So I'd like to invite the members of the committee, led by the chairman. The chairman, of course, of this committee is Mr. Sam Odia. Where are you, sir? On stage, please. I also have engineer Harmony Kunu, secretary. Architect Mrs. Bamidele Falako. Right? We have town planner Lekwa Ezuta. We have engineer Jumoke Adegunle. We have architect Adewumi Okukwe. We also have Mrs. Mercy. Ma'am, please come forward. We also have, and then of course, I'll invite the convener of this event, Mr. Barrister First Adebayo, on stage, please, so we can do this as quickly as possible.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are going to stand. Mr. Kunle Faleti, please. You can see them. You can see them. Because, okay, yes. 276. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The growth of a nation, the vision of a nation, of a society, of a community is in the hands of the youth. This is the 15th edition of Abuja International Housing Show. And during one of the brainstorming sessions 6 or 7 years ago, members of the executive committee challenged ourselves. How can we build an institution that will outlive Festus Adebayo? How do we build an institution that will outlive Reverend Ugochime? We had the opportunity for tutelage under the likes of Professor Mabogunje, Pa S.O. Fadaunti, Fortune ABA. How do we start to develop, to encourage, and to mentor young, bright, upcoming Nigerians? The future is in their hands. We just finished a session that focused on PropTech. Real estate financing, real estate sales, real estate transactions is not going to be the same 5 years from now. Look at the Bitcoin. Look at Uber. Look at Paga. It's all about development and technology. It is for this reason that it was decided during the 15th Abuja International Show, there will be a competition that will focus on design, style, purpose. And we went out to our network. It was very pleasing. It was very, very heartwarming to know that the industry embraced the idea. There's going to be monetary compensation. There's going to be employment compensation. There's also going to be industrial attachment compensation. I thank you very much for the support, members of the committee, and we hope that 3-4 years from now, the likes of myself, Festus, we will take a back seat and we would have passed on the baton to the young one. For our partners, our institutions, I will encourage and challenge you to build your staff. Give them the opportunity. When we have forums like this, when we have stakeholders, sessions like this, it shouldn't be the CEOs alone. You have capable general managers, let them represent you. Build their confidence. That is the future of Nigeria. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
The journey to raise new generation of real estate practitioners, engineers, town planners, quantity surveyors, estate surveyors are just started. We are starting with this concept of youth competition on housing design and ideas. It is my pleasure to invite the chairman of this very important committee, a man who has delivered 1,000 units of affordable housing in Nigeria. A man I've known for over 20 years, and the only thing I know him doing is building houses for the low cadre, houses within the prices of 3 million, 3.5 million. The maximum price I've ever seen him building is 4 million. This very great Nigerian has received international and local national awards for his contribution to affordable, may I call it low-cost housing delivery. It's a great honor for me to invite the chairman of this committee, who will read out the assignments and who will also tell us who are the calibers of people around him. And it's no other person than architect Samuel Odia. Can we give him a round of applause?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on existing protocols. First of all, let me just thank Barrister Festus Adebayo for the confidence reposed in me and members of my committee. I was quite excited when he asked me to join this group, because if there's anything I'm passionate about, it's about crashing the price of houses down to a minimum. Actually, many years ago, my dream was to build a 100,000 house. And inflation blew that dream completely out of my mind. But, you know, I still believe that we can bring the prices of housing lower and lower, you know. If we can reach the moon, if human beings like us, like you and me, can reach the moon, then what is it to bring greater inclusivity to housing and make housing something that everybody can access? I want to really thank you again, Festus, for giving me this opportunity. I feel very humbled, actually, to be chair of such an esteemed group as this, you know, beginning from my right, Jumoke, Engineer Jumoke Adegunle of Lafarge, who's a member. We have Town Planner Lekwa Ezuta, a past president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. We have, we call her Mommy Mercy Iyote, a quantity surveyor by profession and an immediately past president of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors. Next to him, my dear brother and friend, we were actually classmates in school at the University of Lagos, architect Adinmi Okukwe. And then last, there we have Mr. Harmony Kunu, who is based in Rwanda and has flown in specifically for this occasion. Put your hands together for him. We have one member who isn't here with us, architect Bamidele Falako. I'm sure many of you know her. She unfortunately was not able to be here with us, but thank you very much for your participation. I have a slide, so if you can put my slide on, I'll just take you through very quickly what this competition will be about. I want to make a special mention to those organizations that have offered to help and to assist and to sponsor this, this competition. Without sponsorship, it will be almost impossible to carry out such a venture. So thank you very much indeed. You know yourselves, organizations, there are quite a number of them who have offered to help. And we're hoping that even more will come on board as we move along. So this is the 2021, go back to the title please. This is the AIHS, Abuja International Housing Show 2021 Youth Competition. And the next page, please. I'll be just taking you through this as we move. So this is the theme of the competition essentially, as Barrister Festus and Kunle Faleti have explained, is to try and find the next generation of affordable housing leaders, identifying and utilizing them. Identifying and utilizing them, you know, getting them involved so that there's a generation to move over of people passionate to provide affordable housing. Essentially, the objective is for the first Abuja International Housing Show Youth Affordable Housing Awards to celebrate housing ideas and designs that provide creative solutions along the value chain of affordable housing, affordable housing delivery process. So the scope essentially of the competition is for it to be open to housing ideas and designs, not just architectural designs or engineering designs, but concepts, ideas, delivery model concepts, for instance, designs, architectural and engineering, building materials and components, construction technologies, and funding models. This is not actually the presentation I gave, so I'm a bit muddled because I've made a few changes here. I think this must have been an earlier version. But initiatives that support the main focus area of affordability, acceptability, accessibility, scalability, and sustainability in the design of solutions for affordable housing. Next slide, please. So we have basically 3 stages to this competition. We have a stage 0, which is the preparation stage, which is what we're in now. And we as the committee have been meeting for the last 3 or 4 weeks and trying to finalize the criteria for eligibility. And today we have the launch. Oh no, this is definitely not the version that, that we provided. There's another version to this. If you can find it, that would be wonderful. Otherwise, I will go on. I gave somebody a version. For Longusho, I gave you my version of this. If you're not sure where it is, then maybe we'll just stick to the old one. So we have 3 stages, basically. A stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3 competition. The first stage will essentially be to test eligibility and ensure that contestants meet the basic criteria for competing. Then there will be a concept stage, which will be stage 2, which will last about a month, and then we'll have for about a month and a half the final stage. Entries and entrants will be shortlisted at that stage, and just a few, perhaps between 6 and 10 entries will be shortlisted to go into the final stage. Are you able to find the presentation? If you can't find it, just put the last one on, and I'll manage that. Sometimes this is the problem with having multiple versions of a file. I don't know how many youths we have in our midst. We all seem to be babas and mamas here, but I do hope that the youth are represented in our midst. Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. So go to the slide before it, please. Right, so that's it. So the first stage is the screening for eligibility, second stage is project concept, and the third stage, detailed project solution. Next slide. So in terms of the timeline, the competition begins on August 6th, when the website will be live and open to competitors. So from the 6th of August, which I believe is next week Friday, you can begin to go online. We will advertise the website address, and you can go right on there to find out all the eligibility criteria. We will then announce the winners. The competition will end with the announcement of winners on December the 16th, 2021. So we have about 4 months to carry out this exercise. Next slide. This is a detailed program for the competition. Here we are at the inauguration, and the website launch next week. Publicity, stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. Next slide. Now there will be prizes, and the first prize that's been offered is a 500,000 naira cash prize. Second prize is 300,000 naira. The third prize, 200,000 naira. And there will be consolation prizes for finalists. So we appreciate the fact that it takes a lot of effort to partake in these sort of competitions. You know, so for those who are able to go and reach the final stage, there will be some form of competition, some form of compensation for them. There will be other prizes as well, but we are not, we do not know what those are yet. And as I've said, you know, the grounds are still opened. We're still, we'll be happy to take on sponsorship of all sorts from companies at the show. Next slide. Once again, my committee members, whom I'm very happy to be with, want to thank you for your participation. And I think at that point, next slide, I'll say thank you. So that's it. So do we have perhaps 1 or 2 questions? Otherwise, you can just wait till the website is up next week, and all the information will be there. Oh, there is a question. Please, for the gentleman. Microphones, please, to the gentleman in the middle here.
I'm Town Planner Nathaniel Atebije. I think it is really, really very impressive to have this committee in place, and a very nice way of transferring the baton to the next generation. I just want to reason aloud, you know, against whatsoever might come, that I don't know how people are going to compete at this level. Is it that they are going to compete as individuals, or they are going to compete as teams? Because affordable house is not delivered by one person, it's delivered by a team. Thank you very much.
That's a very good question. Yes, we've deliberated on that, and we will accept single entries. We will also accept group entries. We actually expect that most entries, as you have rightly said, will be in groups. Thank you. Any other question? Otherwise, I will take my leave. Oh, okay. Microphone, please, to the gentleman in the white.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kabir Gano. I represent Brenton Hammers.
Great.
It's more like a contribution, not a question, actually. I strongly believe Brenton Hammers also needs to contribute to this. We're one of the biggest developers in terms of affordable housing. We're building about 6,000 houses right now in Abuja. So we want to actually contribute. We want to consider maybe the winners for possible job employment if they are youth.
Thank you very much. That's a good one.
We also want to make monetary contributions as well, in terms of the winners as well. Maybe, I don't know, we're not sure of the figures yet, but that's something we will discuss.
Super, super.
And we also want to know if there's still a possible consideration for expansion in the committee as well. We also want to be part of that because we believe we are one of the biggest contributors in terms of affordable housing in Abuja.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There will be a design competition committee which will be independent from this general committee. So that will have representation from many of the professional bodies and other people. So perhaps there will be a chance at that level. But thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I think on that note, oh, there's one more question. This will be the last one, then, please,
lady,
so that we can move ahead. Last question.
Okay, thank you very much. Because I would want to know, is this open to youths from other states in Nigeria?
This is open, and let me just mention this, the first criteria to all youths, those who have qualified within 10 years. So if you've qualified 10 years ago, you've been practicing in whatever profession, you don't have to be an architect, you don't have to be an engineer, you can be anything. You can be an artist. But once you feel you have an idea that can disrupt this industry, please bring it to the table. So, yeah. So maximum, generally speaking, we would expect you not to be more than 40 years old. That is if we were to put an age, but we haven't actually put an age. What we've said is you should have qualified no more than 10 years ago. So we assume that you're either a student or a young professional. Thank you very much. So on that note, on behalf of my committee and I want to thank you all very much again. Barrister Festus, thank you so much for the confidence reposed on us. We would like to promise you that we will not fail you by the grace of God. Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause for a wonderful job. A job well done. All right. So just before they go back to their seats, I'd like to call some of our guests, special guests, to come decorate them. So do we have the sash for the decoration? Permit me to invite the president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. Sir, please come forward. And that of building as well, the president. And then we'd like to invite the MD of Family Home Funds.
So please join us.
Please join them.
For the inauguration.
Are they being decorated?
No, do we have anything to decorate them? We make a pronouncement.
All right.
Let's add it in. Mr. President, Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, we invite you, and the President of Nigerian Institute of Building, representatives of the construction of the built environment, then Mr. Low-Cost Housing himself, that is the MD of the Family Home Fund. I want my friend, the MD of Brenda Hammer, the Honorable Commissioner for Housing, Lagos State, to please join to inaugurate this beautiful team who are assigned to begin the journey to get our youth into real estate. With this opportunity, the architect will be able to relate with builders. Builders can now freely relate with town planners. We want to create a foundation where they can interact freely. The winner will not only be one person, they could come as a group. An engineer could match with an architect to come up with an idea, just as my chairman has said. At this point, Mr. President, up to you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I really don't know what the Chief Executive of AIHS wants me to do. Probably just to formalize this, that we are all seeing respectable women and men who are going to anchor this competition. And on behalf of us who are witnessing this, I want to congratulate you all, and we look forward to a successful outcome. Let me say that the future of every organization is in its youths. So, and the more we pay attention to our youths, the better for us. I like one thing that Hakeem said in the previous session. He said we should move from harmful competition to winning collaborations. And this is what I've been saying to vice chancellors that I have met. I've been on a nationwide tour. I've been asking why the town planning student cannot be facilitated by the surveying student, cannot be collaborated with by the architectural student, cannot be supported by the engineering student, so that from school they learn collaboration. And when they graduate, they will not be afraid of themselves.
And I think this is a good idea from AIHS. So, Chief Executive, thank you for this privilege. Do you want us to take photographs with them? Please. All right.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite interesting to witness this development. It's quite laudable, but I have an observation to make. Most of the problems we have in the industry is from the side. And that was how the concept of buildability came into being. That is why they are designing. Let those that we construct on site come and look at the design. They'll rub that minds together and see the area of problems during construction and how to eradicate that ab initio. So on that note, I would like to recommend that you have a builder in your team. Young builders from schools, how we are trained, all of us were working together. So when the design, where they place on the board architectural drawings, you look at the areas of challenges while constructing, that in future, cost of maintenance might be unachievable. That is, there will be problem maintaining this building in the area of external facade and so many other things, placements of windows, a lot of technical things. And I think if you do that at the end of the day, what you are bringing out will witness minimal corrections. On that note, I think I also inaugurate this committee. Thank you.
I would like to hear from the MD of Family Home Funds.
Sorry, I think this is breaking protocol because I have all my big brothers here, my commissioner, but let me just say what I have to say very, very quickly and get off the stage. I think the first thing is that this is a fantastic idea. Indeed, the fund tried to do this last year and it didn't work. So I'm absolutely delighted that AHIS has been able to put together a strong team. In the work that we do in the Family Homes Funds, I can't think of anything that is more important to us than ensuring that we have designs that are appropriate for people on low income. And one of the big observations that we have had to deal with is that increasingly architecture schools, planning schools, quantity surveying schools are no longer training our young people about how do you meet the needs of people on low income from a design perspective. And that has taken a huge amount of our time working with our customers to try to resolve that problem. I think this is a solution, or at least the beginning of a solution to our own problem. And in that regard, I want to make a gesture that the Family Homes Fund will sponsor the first prize winner. In addition, we also make room to ensure that it is not only designed, but actually those 5 first prize winners, and some of them we look at, actually get built. And we will provide financing for that building. Thank you very much.
At this point, invite the President to please inaugurate the committee.
On behalf of us, supporters, and stakeholders, we inaugurate this committee to the glory of God and to the benefit of humanity.
My bro? Hey, baby, you don't want to bring money. This man will bring money now. I trust you. You have said it. Don't worry, we appreciate it. We didn't get one of them. I will reach out to you.
If it is too long, can we take it in batches? Photographers, are you good? It has to be one. All right, so do it now. Can you capture this? One shot. Okay. So I have unofficial question for two people. One of them is Brains and Hammers. So I understand that you're going to hire the winners. Possible consideration. Do you have any plans to hire the MC? Just. That's the first question. Yes, we are. Ignore. All right. Congratulations and thank you so much for all that you do. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the third segment of this event. Now, it is my turn to hand over the mantle, having been here since morning, to a much younger MC to take it from here. Ladies and gentlemen, my brother and colleague, who is a seasoned broadcaster with the Federal Radio Corporation, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ben Dodo. He will take us through the next segment. Can we please appreciate him with a round of applause? Thank you so much. My name's MC Amana, and it has been an honor. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, a round of applause for MC Amana. Come on, celebrate him. You can do better than that. Thank you, sir. He is a senior colleague and a big brother. My name is Ben Dodo Oche. I want to welcome you to day 3 of the 15th Abuja International Housing Show, Sustainable and Resilient Housing Solutions. I was here yesterday, and from the conversations we've had since yesterday, most definitely we are having solutions. And I pray that these solutions that are being discussed here will be made practicable in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners to come on stage for their session. I want to humbly invite the President, the National President, Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, TPL Olutoyin Ayinde. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Please celebrate Mr. President. I'd also want to invite TPL Professor Timothy Giuse. He will be the moderator for today, for this session. That is after the President has given his opening remarks. TPL Professor Timothy Giuse. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. We also have TPL Bumi Alubin. He's part of the panelists. TPL Bumi Alubin. TPL Dr. Hussein. Dr. Hussein. Dr. Hussein, are you here? A round of applause for Dr. Hussein, and then Professor Kingsley Oboy. TPL Professor Kingsley Oboy. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, so this is the only session.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I just received a message. One of our partners in this year Abuja International Housing Show, I just sent a message to me. The Black Orchard Group, founded by 2 individuals of the age of 30, and just having crossed the age of 40, meaning they've been running the company for the past 10 years, are hereby contributing a sum of 2 million to the prize pool of the competition. My brother would like to see you. Can you please stand up for recognition? The MD, thank you. I appreciate it. So please take over.
2 million was contributed, and you people are clapping like it was 200,000. Can you clap a 2 million worth of clap, please? Thank you very much. I'll hand over the microphone now to the President, National President, Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, TPL Olutoyin Ayinde.
Thank you, MC. To start with, TPL is town planner. So just as you will not say ENGR, you just say engineer. So TPL is town planner. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, particularly Samodia, where is he? He has disappeared. You know, in the days when men were boys, Sam Odia was the one who prepared the architectural model for the Abuja Ecumenical Center and the Chapel of Christ the Light that the office I worked for and worked with, Daki Work Group, designed. So it's been a while. Well done. I think a good place to begin is to recall the quote by Socrates, who said, "By far the greatest and most admirable form of wisdom is that needed to plan and beautify cities and human settlements." And I want to say that the lack of this wisdom is what has brought about disharmony in our human settlements. And actually, in a good place, we should have started talking about planning before we begin to talk about housing, because housing is only a component of the many components that form the systems within a human settlement system. I would therefore like to introduce the moderator of this panel. Let me say that I observe that there's a paucity of applause here. When the MCs ask us to applaud, we behave as if there is some financial secretary that is going to collect funds for clapping. So please, as I introduce Professor Giuse, who is a professor of urban designer, at the end of the brief introduction, I will expect a rich applause. Professor Giuse is a graduate of Nigerian and Canadian universities. He holds 4 academic degrees, including the Master of Environmental Design, with concentration in urban design and PhD in environmental planning, with specialization in housing. He has worked and taught at university levels in Canada, United States of America, and Nigeria. He has researched and published extensively in the areas of housing and urban security. He's a registered town planner and fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. He's currently on staff of Nasarawa State University and professor of urban design and planning in the Faculty of Environmental Sciences. Please, let's receive Professor Timothy Giuse.
Thank you very much, Toyin. Please forgive my informality. I'm not very good at protocols, so I always create protocol chaos. I think we're talking about dislodging this morning when we talked about technology. So let me be a protocol dislodger in this respect. But I think it's a real privilege to be here at this event and to be able to contribute a little quota. Our president has already said everything that I might have wanted to say as by way of introduction. Let me just add that very often those in the built environment profession forget that planners are not the orphans, but should be, if you like, the landlords, in quotes. Not that they collect money, but the fact that everything we do, whether it's a piece of architecture or a piece of engineering or a building to sell, takes place on land. And the orderly organization of land is what is the forte of those who are planners. So I want to thank the Abuja Housing, International Housing Show for giving planners a chance to participate so actively in this. And in the interest of time, let me just go ahead and introduce what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about green buildings and affordable housing. That is the general area we're going to cover. And we have three very, very qualified people to share with our thoughts on this. I'm going to start appropriately with our female planner, Town Planner Bumi Alubin. I'm going to introduce them now, and after that I don't need to introduce them again. She has studied at both University of Lagos and University of Ilorin, both very highly regarded universities. He joined the services of the Lagos State government in the year 2000 and have been involved in many, many, many development plans, including a Papa Model City Plan, which you will see if you go to the booth, Ikeja Model City Plan, and many others. He has also studied at the University of Liverpool. He's currently the Chief Town Planning Officer with the Lagos State Urban Renewal Agency. He has researched in many areas, including gender studies, data management, sustainable development goals, and so on and so forth. He has written and co-authored several papers and was the recipient of the Megan Wogu Award for Excellence as the second best student in the 2012 Town Planners Registration Council of Nigeria professional examination. Can see from her face, which you can't see, but she wears by which to tell you that she's happily married and enjoys traveling, and which has taken her to 6 continents of the world. She's going to be speaking briefly with a special focus on green buildings, but also referring to the other issues. The second person who is going to be speaking this morning as part of the panel is Dr. Abdul Husseini. He's a town planner. Well, he's a man of many parts. Let me just put it that way. Currently, he's Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Lands and Housing in Niger State. But before that, he was a pioneer director, general manager of Niger State GIS systems, and he was instrumental in including me as one of the 20 foundation members of the World Council on City Data, and subsequent registration of Mina as the first city in Nigeria with ISO 37120 certification. He's a fellow of both the Institute of Town Planners and the Nigerian Environmental Society. He has more than 20 years of planning practice, and he's currently also the coordinator of Regional Center for Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development in Mina, and a recipient of the Presidential National Productive Order of Merit Award. The last, but by no means the least, is Professor Kingsley Oboy, currently the Dean of Faculty of Environmental Studies at the University of Nigeria. He has been head of Department of Urban and Regional Planning at the University of Nigeria and coordinator of Disaster Risk Management, director of Shell Center for Environmental Management and Control, and so on and so on and so on and so forth. He is published extensively, has been a research advisor to Shell Petroleum Development Corporation, and participated in many researches and projects for state governments as well as national and international agencies. He's a fellow of the Institute of Town Planners as well as a member of the Nigerian Environmental Society. So, ladies and gentlemen, those are the panelists that are going to be discussing with us today. And so without much further ado, I'm going to take my seat and allow them to talk so that we can have time to discuss. And the first person who is going to be speaking will be Town Planner Bumi Alubi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will be talking briefly about green buildings, what we mean by green buildings, and some of their features. These are just some of my thoughts to mark our thinking and to remind us of what we already know. So I have an outline here, the introduction. I'll define what green buildings are, features of green buildings, merits and demerits of green buildings, the role of town planners in achieving green buildings, and I'll show us a few pictures of where we have green buildings in Nigeria. I'll start by telling us about urbanization, which we already know. We know that it's marked, the rate has been enormous, and it has taken its toll on our development in Nigeria and in the world as well. In Nigeria, please go on. Next slide, okay. In Nigeria, the rate in 2020 was 51.96% of the total population. We recorded an increase in 2010, and this coupled with the projection on the urbanization rate in Africa, as described above, will continuously lead to a steady growth. And the result of these present rates and future projections, however, is the constraint on available resources, especially of affordable housing, on the environment by way of deterioration and economic regression. With the current global development agenda of the SDGs, which we are familiar with, and the new urban agenda of sustainable development, which says no one should be left behind, there's a need now more than ever before to look into ways of making housing affordable. After all, it is indeed a constitutional right for everyone. And so with the growing rate of urbanization and its antecedent economic regression, a required intervention which has to occur in the provision of affordable housing by way of going green is the introduction of green buildings in urban planning in Nigeria. And so green buildings are they're not green because they have the color green or because they're well landscaped. Green buildings are actually described so because they're sustainable structures that in design, construction, and operation lead to an elimination of the use of precious non-renewable materials. Green buildings bring together a vast array of practices and techniques to reduce the negative impact of construction on the environment and human health. We can refer to our local traditional architecture. Though primitive, it worked for them and those who practiced them. I'm sure we remember the mud houses then, where they didn't require coolants, though they had very small windows, but if we cast our minds back, they didn't require ACs, they didn't require fans, and those buildings worked for them at that time. Furthermore, green buildings involve a design and construction process which requires the cooperation of professionals in the built environment. And so I'm happy with the inauguration of the IHS competition, which aims to bring together young professionals. This shows that in attaining or achieving green buildings, we need to work together as professionals in the built environment. And for the measurement of all these components, this green buildings as a concept is not limited, it's not new, but it's also been certified by several corporations and development agencies. For instance, we have the International Finance Corporation, that is the EDGE team working on certifying green buildings, the British Building Research Establishment, BREEAM, and the United States Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design.
I'll rush through features of what we consider, what we mean by when we say that some buildings are green. They efficiently use energy, water, and other resources. Case in point, for our WC and flush system, now we notice that we have the small button and the big button for number 1 and for number 2. This is a means of efficiently using water. And for energy too, now we have what we call LED bulbs. We didn't have them a few years ago, but now a lot of people are embracing them. And for even homes, we have sensors whereby it is when you go past that the lights bulbs will come on. These are all means of reducing and efficiently using resources. Green buildings they intend to use renewable energy such as solar energy and wind energy instead of the normal electricity. Green buildings have features such as reduction. They aim to reduce waste and pollution by enabling reuse and recycling. Also, they have good indoor environmental air quality, which reduces the dependence on artificial cooling, such as air conditioning. They use materials that are ethical to use, that are non-toxic and sustainable. We also say that buildings are green when they consider the environment in design, construction, and operation with respect to global warming and climate change. Another feature is that they consider the quality of life of the occupants in terms of design, construction, and operation. Green buildings have designs that enable adaptation to a changing environment. Some of the merits of green buildings include reduction of the emission of carbon monoxide. Green buildings are comfortable, they're safe, they're healthy, and they thrive in a healthy environment. There's a reduction in the cost of maintenance on the long run, though there's an upfront of about 3% in cost of in construction. Green buildings encourage other sources of energy and energy efficiency. I talked about the wind and the solar energy. Green buildings ensure that water as a resource is conserved. Green buildings are also durable. They're maintainable with minimal environmental impacts. And some of their demerits include the high cost of construction, albeit in the short run. This will be gained in the long run. Green buildings incur huge costs for certification and for services of experts. Green buildings are often not aesthetically pleasing or appealing, but to the private developer and friendly, because consumers usually value aesthetics. They necessarily don't come in the package that we expect them to come. Then we also have the problem of perception and conflict, where building materials and green buildings do not project social equity with respect to the homeowners and builders as they desire them. So the role as town planners, our roles in achieving green buildings are basically in the areas of planning policies and standards. We ensure compliance of space standards, building codes, and housing occupancy standards as related to green buildings. We ensure that they're adhered to in the process of execution. We also prepare several hierarchy of plans, zoning and urban design that would include land use that have green buildings, So in conclusion, I'd like to say that in spite of the challenges associated with affordable housing in Nigeria, the pursuit of sustainable development, adaptation to climate change, and economic prosperity should embrace now a gradual shift to green buildings. It is important that we know that there are already green buildings in Nigeria, as I mentioned earlier. I'll show us some of the pictures. We have the Lekki Pearl Estate. We have the Greenage Student Housing in the University of Abuja. We have the Julius Berger Head Office here in Abuja and the Peridot Park Estate in Lagos. Thank you. I would yield the floor to my fellow discussant to take us on affordable housing.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Chairman of this occasion, and the organizer for giving us this very, very should I say, special occasion to come and discuss about affordable housing, what and how planning or planners can be upheld. I was very impressed with the discussion that took place on this project. And one statement that was mentioned, which really was fundamental and we need to take advantage of, which the president mentioned in his inauguration, instead of competition, collaboration. No one individual can provide the kind of city that we all need as citizens, anywhere. And there are this language, and there are some conferences some years back whereby it was titled Providing Cities with a Soul. And somebody asked, how can you give a city a soul? You can't give a city a soul without having to think about that city, knowing how the city really moves, and then what are the requirements? And that is why we're here today. I start with a very simple, my slide? Is it there? Well, I started with asking the very simple question of, when we talk about affordable housing, or my title is to reflection on the role of planning and affordable housing in sustainable economic development. Planning and then affordable housing in economic development. Because this is something very important. And we ask this question, what is affordable housing? At what point? Can we, somebody mentioned, can we have a house, the architect, 100,000. That was his dream. It moved to 3 million. Now you'll be seeing advert 20-something million. Then you're wondering how can somebody get that kind of a house with the reality on ground. How affordable is affordable? And affordable for who? Because these are the questions that we need to understand, because we have a project in Mina by Federal Ministry of Works, 1 bedroom going for about 3-something million, 4 million. Then the average man from Mina will say, okay, with 4 million I can go and build a very good 3-bedroom somewhere. So these are the kind of questions that we need to look at reality, Abuja, Lagos, and Mina. And then are we looking at house or housing? House is just a unit. Housing is all that it involves, all that we're looking for. Then what is the nexus between housing, urbanization, and plan? This is very important. I think this is what, in the course of this discussion, we'll try to really look at. And I think it's very, very important, the link between housing, urbanization, and planning. We have already been saying it. We have listened for the past 2-3 days and for the past 15 years how important housing is, and then as a sector, and also to individual. European Commission, for instance, in 2005 said that housing accounts for between 10 to 20% of economic activities of countries. This is something that we need to look at. Economically, from time immemorial, when you talk of housing, you are looking at something that is economically important, not only to that individual, but to the system. And the need for housing is not only one of basic human needs, but also an indicator of living standard. This is very important. And also in the morning session, I was happy they mentioned this issue of standard of living. What and what? When you live in a place, the kind of building you have in a place, the condition of that environment might dampen the value of that property. So it is in that light that we look at two perspectives of what housing is all about. You can look at housing either as a what, as a process or a product. And I think as professionals and, planners, architects, land surveyors, SS surveyors, all of us work together as a team to achieve the desired result. And for us to achieve not only a product, but that process that involves mortgage, financing, and other things, that is fundamental. And now we have another dimension, which, believe me, the presentation on Protect is a dimension that is not only going to bring disruption, but is going to turn around a lot of things, which is very important. So the process of housing and then as a product is something that we need to look at, and then how do we take advantage of it in the course of achieving what is expected. Different economies across the world try to define housing economically from the point of view of either as a commodity, a tangible asset, or as a fixed asset, regardless of whether it is being used by you or you are renting it out. So if you look at all of this, that is where this issue of 10 or 20% economic growth that is bringing value to the economy of any nation. But it has another very important perspective when you look at what can it do in the system. When you look at construction of a house, I will maybe come to that later, during one of the programs that took place, I think 2014, during the ministerial leadership of this woman, the new DG of World Trade Organization. But most importantly, it brings about reduction in unemployment. It also improves health and productivity. And then it can turn unskilled landed properties into something which somebody mentioned in the morning, issue of unbundling the potential, the capital that is in it. But there is this position which is also tilting towards that presentation of money. How do you unbundle, turn this debt capital into real capital? So many authors, so many economists, for instance, Juanito de Soto, Peruvian, these economists, that talk about a very good presentation under this mystery of capital, how the West move on using property right and so on and so forth. And the other part of the world are left behind. Maybe we can look at ourselves. But my interest, if you look at what I have there, is we have a kind of complete upside-down understanding of this thing. And I was happy with that position that somebody mentioned, that if we are not careful in the long run, this issue of titling going to registry for something might not even be necessary. What is really happening now is, because of application of GIS, the reference point is ages. Then you look at Lagos. Then every other state is creating what? Geographic information system. Geographic information system. I work there. What is the incentive? Why do we really create such kind of outfit? Is it for revenue or to empower, as that economy provision said, to empower people so that they can turn their debt capital into real capital? Is that the reason why you want to give them title, so that they can use it? Or you are doing like a kind of checkpoint? When you have title, then we will not catch you, and then you pay revenue. And this is the kind of thing. And that is why Mabugun just stated in, I think, their report, what percentage of Nigerians are with title? Very minimal. And interestingly, very, very interestingly, most of us educated, I'm sorry to use this word, are those that are very careful to get title because we know the implication. If you go to a place where, for instance now, some states, the total registry is 500,000, 50,000, sorry, 50,000 files with a population of 5 million. Then you can talk about number of properties. But the moment you hear GIS outfit is revenue. But what can we do to improve access to title as a means of economic empowerment of the public? And that is where this issue of turning housing into economic asset will come in. I tried to show some graph, it's off again, where despite all this value and importance of housing, economic development, okay. There are two international organizations that we try to look at. The United Nations and then the World Bank. From 1960 up to a period of 2005 thereabout, if you look at their contribution, despite the fact that we all know, if you really want to help somebody and you know the value of housing as a sector, as a sector that can change about the economy of a place, what is the contribution of that sector to your general economic support? So that graph tries to show the level, and in all the two organizations, their contribution over the period was not more than 2%. That was even at the highest. All others, 1 point something. If you look at where somebody is, thank you. So that is it. Like I mentioned in the first instance, you can never achieve economic development without urbanization. They go hand in hand. Urbanization and economic development, they are moving together. And that is why if you want to really have the benefits of urbanization, then you have to maybe think of how to have a very good plan. Because without urbanization, for housing. And that summit highlighted some problems, which I have seen the signboard of Nigerian mortgage refinancing company. High interest rates, chronic housing deficit, huge financial requirement. No bank will give you what you are looking for if you don't have title. And then there are only 3% at that time of people with title. And the process of title is very cumbersome. That is why maybe we have a GIS outfit. And then what about the foreclosure process? Also very long. These are some of the initiatives and some said are really taking action on to see that they have achieved that. But issue of titling and then the issue of getting a loan that is within the range that you can afford is what is maybe creating that high that achievement individually and collectively. And then we have the new urban agenda, which somebody mentioned, leaving no one behind. And then they added something, no one and no space behind. In planning, because whatever you have on space needs to be planned. So new urban agendas laid out standard and principle for the planning, construction, development, management, and improvement of what? Of cities. Then we have the urban-rural linkages. This is a new concept, which is all under the what? UN Habitat initiative to make sure that no one and no place is what? Left behind unattended. And that is why they introduced this concept of territorial planning, because it's not only the issue of urban, but you have also people that are living in rural areas. And in between, you have farmland, water bodies, and so on and so forth. All this need to be planned. And because of that, we need to have them taken care of. But I would like to close by highlighting something very important here. Within the last 2-3 months, we are all aware of what is happening across the country. Cholera outbreak. Some states accounting for as what? 1,000. And then so far we have already recorded, I think, either 400 or so deaths across the country. What is the cause? Wherever you find this disease or this ailment, you must associate it with something, filthy environment. At this stage, I think we should be more than this. And what is the implication? This will also create a lot of burden on our health system. Already we are battling with corona. And then this one is coming up. But as planners, this is where we are coming from. What is the position that we can take to make things better? Somebody made a presentation, and she mentioned a very simple analysis. You can have a very big building and construct the most gigantic building in 3 years, 4 years. But believe you me, the city of your dream, a city with a soul that you want, will take you 30 years. So if you make a mistake in the first place in trying to build your city in a manner that is not planned, in a manner that some of the consideration is not being given, then we're what? We're in for trouble. And I think that is why we come in as planners and as professionals. No one person, no one professional body can do that, but we have to work as a team. And I think with technology, we have every opportunity to make things work so that the environment you live should reflect the kind of person you are and then the kind of society you live. Thank you very much.
We'll now call on Professor Oboy to make the last of the presentations.
Thank you, moderator. I want to also thank my colleagues who spoke on green housing and affordable green building and affordable housing. First, all the while I've been here for about 3 days now, and everybody's talking about the house, the price, affordable or whatever. Actually, I want to make a little clarification that the house, the structure is different from housing. The structure, next slide, please. Housing cuts across the structure itself, the environment, the use of the house, the interaction of the people, the infrastructure, and the services that are delivered to the house. So, whoever that lives in a house should have some level of satisfaction. And when that is achieved, then we now say we have gotten a decent and affordable housing. The city is actually the engine of the development. Now we'll talk about urbanization. And today, somebody mentioned the value chain approach, where all the professionals come in. All we have been talking about collaboration and all that. Along the line, you see where the planner comes in and where planning comes in from the beginning, starting from when you have to get your land to when you have to maintain the house where you are living. These are all processes that leads or stages in the process that lead us to affordable housing and green city or green building. We'll go ahead. The key objective of affordable housing actually is to ensure that all residents of a particular place or settlement have access to decent and affordable housing. At this point, we'll look at what role does a planner play, or what role does planning play in this process. So, if you look at that, you find out that whatever we are talking about here, about house or housing, all these are activities that are carried out in the city. And it is the sole responsibility of the town planner or town planning to organize the city. So first, for you to build a house, you have to organize the setting. And the planner or planning goes out with produced plans, regional plan. Somebody, Dr. Hussein talked about territorial planning, urban master plan, neighborhood planning, and all that. These are units that are put in order to ensure that your settlement is well organized. And that is the first responsibility of the town planner. Beside that, for you to come achieve affordable housing, you also need to select the site. I remember yesterday somebody was talking about location. That one of the major problems we have about affordable housing is location. In most cases, these houses are located far away from the users. So, site selection is the responsibility of the town planner. In planning, we have some principles that guide us in selecting sites. There are a number of criteria we put into consideration, and appropriate site is being selected for any housing project. Besides that, making provision for other land using related land uses. For you to dwell in a house, affordable housing, decent housing, there must be an interaction between the house where you are living and your economic activities. The places you go, the shopping, the church or mosque that you attend, and every other activity, the place where you earn your living, your livelihood are related. And it is the town planner or the town planning that makes sure that these things are organized for you to achieve this in an efficient and effective way. Urban management is also another issue, area that the town planner takes control. When these activities are organized, the land uses are provided, facilities are provided, continuous maintenance, continuous management of the urban system is very, very important. So when we talk about affordable housing, we relate it to all these other facilities and uses, and you find out that at the end of the day, we have a dream and we will realize our dream. That takes also urban renewal. Somebody talk about urbanization, and we're made to also understand that, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, that our cities, we have a wide number of slums and blighted areas. And these are errors of the past. The way we built the houses, the way we related these houses to the living environment and activities of the residents. At the end of the day, we ended up creating slums unconsciously. Now, to address this problem, because if you talk about affordable housing today and not properly organized, these houses are likely to turn into slums to go tomorrow. And for us, and most of the people we are talking about, the poor, the low-income earners, and that is exactly where they find themselves. So first, before we even begin to talk about building new houses, where they live currently, we need to address the problems there. Environmental sanitation, access to facilities, and so on. So urban management and urban renewal are the strategies, they are the tools we use in reorganizing, putting these places in better condition for the people to dwell in. Then, beside that, urban governance is another area where planning comes in. We're structured, we're organized, institutional framework. We have town planning authorities, we have development agencies by the government, even the private sector are coming in. So we need to put in a well-organized structure, which is the governance system. Most of our cities are not working today. Affordable housing is not being achieved today because the institutional framework for achieving these things are not there or poorly structured. So bringing in planning at the beginning, at the onset, putting the institutions in order, enabling laws, the town planning laws at the local level, at the state level, and the national level, will help us towards achieving affordable housing in this country. Then infrastructure, I mentioned infrastructure, because apart from the land uses, other related infrastructure and service delivery are the things we require for the affordable housing. Those who live in houses, not only that the houses will be affordable to them, but the houses also have to be what? Satisfactory. The houses have to be decent. The houses have to give them some sense of belonging in the community. And when they achieve this fulfillment, then we require the infrastructure and services to be provided in an efficient and cheap way for them. Because the house is not just about the structure I said earlier, it's also about the services that are being delivered on a daily basis. If you go to the slums, part of the problems we have in those slums and blighted areas are that because the facilities are not there or they are poorly maintained. So that is part of the responsibility of the town planner or town planning from time to time to ensure that adequate facilities are provided, the systems are maintained, and the individuals who live in these houses and their feelings are also aspirations are also taken into consideration. Disaster risk management is another area. Now, before we're talking about direct construction of houses, today we are talking about affordable housing. But another area that the world is going into is resilient houses. So we should focus our mind on resilient housing. When we talk about 1 million naira house, please, we should also be very careful what we are talking about. It's a very good and bright idea. But when these houses are not resilient to the impact of climate change, then we have we record colossal damage at the end of the day. Most of our cities are recording high level of flooding, arising from where we locate the houses, how the structures are built, the components of those houses. And when we do not address all these things or put them in place from the beginning, then we will have serious problems. So to reduce risk, disaster risk in areas where we locate houses, the town planner has to come in, bring in his own tools, and organize these areas, and make sure that the facilities that are brought in, and make sure that the houses that are constructed are resilient to the impact of climate change. Then I also want to talk about development control, which most times we all of us do understand. That for you to build a house, somebody needs to actually go through the plan to ensure that these things are in order. Most times, developers always have this problem of non-compliance. You give a plan for somebody to develop a 3-bedroom, the next day is 5-bedroom. In some cases, home-based activities are brought in, shops are introduced, the whole environment is destroyed, or more or less the whole environment becomes so unorganized. So, complying with the standards, town planning standards, is very important, because the whole essence is to ensure that the environment is decent for us to live in. And from time to time, when plans are developed by planners, given the changing, emerging situations, changing nature of our cities, you find out that from time to time we are required to review our plans. So planning ensures that periodically existing development plans and instruments are reviewed. It's just, these are global best practices across the world. They do that. UN Habitat is coming up with a number of tools that will help planners to even integrate what we call inclusive planning, where the residents themselves are also part of the exercise. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we review, we also monitor development, and at the end of the day, we achieve what we call affordable housing, and we achieve green cities, green development. Just to conclude, please take it to the last slide. I just want to establish here that planning is necessary. Every activity towards realizing green building and affordable housing take place in urban space. Therefore, without urban planning, our cities will be in crisis. Our neighborhoods will be disorderly. Our communities will turn into slums and will not be able to realize the dream of affordable housing. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you by saying that planning is necessary. Thank you.
There's a slight addition, and I'm going to ask the MC to come and give us a slight addition.
A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Without planning, our cities will be in what? Disarray. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of collaboration, I would want to invite Professor Charles Iyangete, Chairman, Innovative Risk and Investment Solutions Limited, to give a presentation for 5 minutes on regenerating rural communities to stem urbanization. Please, a round of applause for him. Permit me to call him Town Planner Prof. Charles Iyangete.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the privilege. Can you put up my... Okay, thank you. I stand on existing protocols. This really is in the spirit of collaboration. In my other life, I've been a developer, and counting, as of 10 years ago, it was about 400 housing units. Not all necessarily affordable, but moving forward, we'll make them more and more affordable. We're looking at regenerating rural communities to stem urbanization. This is a radical thinking away from the idea of building yet more cities. Why not start at where they are to address the problem? And that's the disruption that we're bringing. We know the challenges of urbanization. Next slide, please. I only have 5 minutes. 4.2 billion people, about half of the world's population, living in cities, might be 80% in 30 years' time. 1.6 million people every week are moving into cities, into urban locations. In Lagos, we expect that in 15 years there'll be about 77 million people. And the world currently occupies 3% of the land, yet account for 72% of the greenhouse emissions. Next slide. If we do nothing, it would only get worse. We'll face demands for housing, for transportation, for energy, infrastructure, jobs, all the gamut of requirements that make a city work. I was pleased to hear you say, if we do not plan well, we'll be managing a crisis. I think we're actually already on the precipice of a crisis because of where we are in terms of our cities. So the adverse impact of urbanization on the climate, we know, pollution, insufficient water availability, poor waste disposal, high energy consumption, and increasing flooding. We're seeing just about so many cities across various continents at this very moment flooding. We've seen what COVID has done. In my view, and this is, can you move on to the slide that says climate risks? Climate risk is a function of three things: vulnerability, hazard, and exposure. About half a billion urban residents live in coastal areas, which are increasingly vulnerable to storm surges and sea level rises. This is not rocket science, we're seeing it. About 90% of urban expansion in developing countries is near hazard-prone areas. And 136 of the world's big cities, about 100 million of the residents of those cities, which is about 20% of their population, exposed in terms of access to 4.7 trillion, not naira, US dollars, are exposed. So when you look at those three factors, vulnerability, hazard, and exposure, it's a big issue we need to address. So building the rural communities that work, which is the ethos of where we're coming from, it needs to be a place where people can live, where people can do their business, where people can live there sustainably. And that's the challenge. It needs to be a place where the policymakers, all the professionals, the town planners in particular, at the forefront of it, can really craft policies to attract investments to those locations. And we have some ideas. The rural future communities will be places where you have power, where you have water, where you have transportation, and these need to be master planned from the beginning. You need to have social facilities, you need to have commercial facilities, and you need to be able to bring business to those locations, rather than making people have to come to the cities in order to survive. You want to take the business to them, you want to take livability to them, you want to take security to them, and so stemming climate action or stemming rural-urban migration is a climate action issue to my mind, and this could start with our local authorities. 774 of them could be a starting point. I know Raiden is doing his 774 local authority project. Perhaps it should be looking at how to keep the people there, and then the housing would be a follow-on. Let's look at the master plan, if you can go to the master plan. If you look at this master plan, what we're proposing is to have a modular presentation of all that is needed for somebody to stay in the rural communities, to make the rural communities vibrant places. So in number 3 there, we're starting with security. We know that part of what is driving people out is security. So there will be a police post there. Are we on the? Yeah. There'll be a police post. The next one, moving along, number 6, is a health facility, a community clinic, not a hospital necessarily, depending on the size of the community. The next, number 7, is an equipment hire place, because we know rural communities depend largely on agriculture. You can hire the equipment rather than having to own your own. It can be mining equipment, all of the things that support the way of life of the rural community. Number 9 there is educational facilities, training of artisans, training of people to do the things they need to do to survive in those locations. Number 4 across there is a local government office. That's where your town planning facilities could be, and everything that is required to drive a local community that works. 9, 10, 10, and 11, and so on. These are all the things that come together to really make those communities work. And why are we looking at it from that perspective? It is in that perspective that you begin to find that you cause an environment to exist that makes people want to live in the villages, want to live in the rural communities, because they have commerce there, they have banks in the commercial area, they have clinics to support their health, they have education and training for their work, they have things to support their business. Those are all of the things. I don't have enough time to go through all of them, but just skip through the slides and I'll speak about each one. The next slide, please. There are about 4 or 5 slides left. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Can you go back to the master plan? Go back one more. One more. Back. Yeah, you can see the police station. And notice everything that you need to use to build these things are in locality. You use local building materials, the burnt bricks, stones. Even you could use a thatch roof if you so prefer, but you can use modern roofing as well. We also are looking to have them to be completely naturally ventilated. So you have these buildings, as you see, if you look at them, they have perforations in them. The blocks that are used leave perforations for cross-ventilation. So you don't need to have fans, you don't need to have ACs in them. You may need to have fans in some of them. So that's the essence of this. And really, we believe that this bioorientation of the building, allowing them to breathe air, to circulate properly, and villages can be part of the building. This is not an expensive option. It's actually a cheap option when you think of the potential impact of bringing people. The power needs to be renewable power. It's power resident there. You don't need to take pylons to the villages. You need to set up power plants that are renewable energy, solar power plants in the local communities. But because we've been doing them without creating the things around the locality to make it work, we have not been able to sustain that. So for sustainability, the commercial aspect of it, the livability of the villages, of the rural communities, would depend very much on our ability to bring commerce and economy back to those places. And if we do that, we would meet 15 of the SDGs, the exception being 17, which looks at public, and in fact, you could even add that to it. The exception being 14, and one other one, which I'll have to just quickly look to see which one it was. It was 14. It's life underwater. Yeah. And so, thank you so much. I just thought we'd be given this opportunity. It's a disruptive approach of saying, let's not just look at cities. MFF could be now building at the local level. We know that the problem of deficit is less in those rural communities. And so if we begin by making them stay there, we can begin to also address the problems of urbanization. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for that intervention, that addition.
By the way, it's a collaboration. It's IRIS with a company called Epitome Developers. Yeah.
Thank you very much. According to my scheduling, I think we still have about 30 minutes for Q&A. Am I correct? How many minutes do we have? 15 minutes for Q&A. Are you sure we are starting at the right time we started? Because we started a bit late, not 12 o'clock. We did not start at 12. Anyway, whatever time we have, we shall make the best of it. I want to thank the presenters for their presentation. And now we have time for... Yes, that's what I thought, at least 20. Okay. Okay, so we have 15 minutes for Q&A and 5 minutes for rounding up. Okay. Let's see how many people want to ask questions or make comments. The lights are in my eyes. they were saying that we should involve the young people as well. So I'm recognizing the people in front, but I'm also eyeing. Okay. Okay, so we have 5 questions. 3 in the front, and then 1 at the back. With your permission, I want to start at the back, because so that we can get. Okay. Is the microphone? Oh, you already have. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm a planning enthusiast. One, because I think I agree with my brother's opening statement about the role of planning in human settlements and the impact it has on our quality of life. But we know that even in a place like Abuja, which is probably our newest human settlement, is beginning to struggle with orderliness of growth and the kind of planning that Kezutangi envisaged at the beginning. My real question is this. As also a housing practitioner, what is the nexus between planning, town planning, and architecture? And how does that relate to the emerging ideas around urban design? So essentially looking at smaller entities rather than the big scale, which in some societies is now attributed to planning. And there's that little pocket in the middle around architecture and urban design. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm suggesting that because of limited time, we should ask the questions, all the questions, and then we can take responses. And please, as much as possible, go directly to the question. Okay, let's just bring the microphone this way and we shall finish right here. Okay. We have one, yes, that, and then there was a gentleman in the white mask. I can't see, the lights are directing my eyes. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Chisom Udova. So I'd want to know, do you have branches in other states, apart from Abuja? And how active are they? Because I think planning should also work in other states too. And also, I want to know, do you collaborate with other organizations like FEMA? Because housing is very important, as we have learned here today. But the roads leading to those homes, are actually very important, because places like, if you're going to, I think, Apo resettlement or so, the roads leading to, for you to get home, you have to struggle and stay in traffic for a very long time, and this is actually very tiring. So I want to know, do you partner with organizations to make sure that these things are actually effected properly? And also, are there plans in place for cities like Lagos, where flooding has affected many people and traffic too? Are there plans in place to actually rejig things and make the town better? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you're all listening. The gentleman.
Thank you. I'm a grassroots development enthusiast, and I also am the President General of the Unity Schools All Students Association, and also a village chairman. Hence my question. Are there any regional plans for local governments, areas, and states? I'm particularly interested in Edo and Delta State. Now, the other question, listening to all the presentations, I noticed there was no emphasis on climate change and how it impacts on town planning currently in Nigeria. We have quite a few issues around that currently. My village, Ikara community in Edo State, I'm very interested in seeing how I can work with the stakeholders there, the professionals there, to make sure that village, which is 1,600 hectares, becomes an eco-tourist, livable village, not a town, but exactly containing what the Professor Iyangete had stated. So all those components are within. So I'm putting myself forward and my village forward to see how we can work to make that happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's come to the front. We had two people in front here. And those will be the last two questions that I...
Thank you, sir. Mine is actually just a small comment, because my brother, I think the first presenter, made a very, very fundamental point, which we need to pay particular attention to. Because that's one of the fundamental problems of housing and real estate in Nigeria. When we talk about the issue of title, why do we say people need access to title? Because what has happened is that government, has put in place a system whereby they have imputed revenue generation philosophy into that whole process, and that is the problem. In 1992, I was a young lecturer at the University of Lagos in the law faculty, and during the second National Workshop on Land Use Act, I delivered a paper which actually published socio-economic implications of the consent provisions of the land use. It's published, and we can just Google my name and you'll see it. And I said something like, state government always lay ambush for applicants for consent. And it is the same problem today. We make beautiful regulations. If you look at the consent provisions of the Land Use Act, one of the objectives is actually planning, is to monitor land movement and land transfers. But we have thrown that to the wind. Everything is about revenue generation. And that is still the problem. So today we make beautiful regulations, but we just try to use it to generate money. Just wait and generate money. I always give an example. You have a law against tree felling. The objective is environmental sustainability. Whenever anybody comes that I want to fell 10 trees, want to cut 10 trees, you just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How much is one tree? 100,000. Go and pay 1 million. You cut it without putting in place a regeneration process. That is still the fundamental problem. And if we must turn around the issue around title and access to good titled land, governments have to start in understanding that much more than revenue generation, these regulatory frameworks have greater role to play in planning, in urban design, and and that's an area that I'm very interested in. I just wanted to make that contribution. Thank you very much,
Thank you very much. The last speaker.
Yeah, my name is Engineer Kunu from Rwanda. I'd like to know, we're talking about town planning. What I'm hearing is more like how it should be planned, how it should be done. I have 2 houses in the US. Before I bought them, I have to do a research. I have to know what I need and what is available. So in Rwanda, and most of the eastern region, East African region, you can see what is being planned for every part of Rwanda. Last year ended the 20 years plan for the year. So as we speak right now, we have up to 2050 master plan for the entire land in Rwanda. So you know what road is going to come up. You know what facility need to be where. So in a forest, in an empty land, you already know what the government expects to be there. So my question is, when we're talking about slum area, we equally have slum in Kigali. There are 10 major slum areas in Kigali city. We already know what government expects to be in those slums and how those slums need to be integrated into the new plan. So my question is, do we have that plan in Nigeria? And if we do, please, can you share so that we can look at them? My second question is, you're talking about green houses, green buildings. Is there a criteria to differentiate between 2 or 3 houses to say, okay, this particular house has met the minimum requirement of a green house or a green building? Thank you.
Thank you very much for all those questions. I want to give 2 minutes to each of the people to respond to any of those questions. Please, let's keep them as brief as possible, so that, because each of these things, my head is boiling with things that can be said. But if we allow that, we'll be here till tomorrow. And I don't think that is the intent of the organizers. So I'm going to start with Professor Boy, at the other end. Just take 2 minutes and respond to any of the issues that have been raised that you feel you want to comment on.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I just take a few of the questions. Somebody was talking about going beyond revenue. 2 minutes, okay. Well, I quite agree with you. This situation is a very serious situation. For example, in Enugu, where I am, we used to have zoo. Now it is called Zoo Estate. So you can imagine whether the rich men are the animals living in that zoo. So you know what I mean. Then for regional plan for Delta area, I am from Delta State. Actually, it's quite unfortunate that for a number of years, Benin City, the major city in Edo State, never had a plan. It's just of recent that government just commissioned a plan. Warri had a plan, Warri master plan was not implemented. Asaba, since 1991, that Asaba had, you were supposed to have a plan when it became a state, Delta State. Up to now, there's no functional master plan. So you see the political will on the part of government is part of the problem that we are suffering. Then somebody was asking whether there are local planning areas. Yeah, it cuts across from at the federal level. We have Department of Urban and Regional Planning, Urban Development, and so on. At the state level, we also have planning authorities. At the local government local government areas, we also have planning agencies. So I think that covers the area. And for collaboration, from time to time, NITP and Town Planning Registration Council, even at the local level, they also collaborate. Let me give room for other persons to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have already talked on the nexus between planning and architecture, which somebody mentioned because of the need for us to work together. It's very important to look at it from that angle. And I think, yeah, most of the initial plan, I remember in those days when I was going through file, when I joined Niger State Government Services, I was reading a file by late Bao Buhari, who was the then Chief Town Plan Officer from Sokoto, Northwest, back to Niger State. And the Urban Roads Department was in the Town Planning Department because of this relationship, the linkage. But this territoriality, everybody wants to defend, and then work, and that is what is really causing this problem. Even from day one, there is that relationship, which I think the spirit of this meeting that we are having, this summit, should give us opportunity to start looking at that. We cannot achieve that target of having the kind of city we want without working together. And that is very important. For the purpose of the question of planning and branches, of course, NITP, we have national and then we have branches everywhere in Nigeria. Regional plans, that is a problem. How often do we renew our plans? That is a major challenge. For instance, in Niger State, Max Lock, most of the northern region, or northern states, they have their last review plan by Max Lock over 25 years ago. What is the cause of the problem? Political will. And what we need to know is that for us to achieve what we are looking for, there must be a plan, a legal framework like somebody mentioned here, and the finance to implement that plan. Most importantly, if there is no participation and inclusiveness, then there will be a problem. Finally, continuity. When you plan, that is the problem. City can never be the kind of city we want in 5 years. It will be 20, 30 years. So it will be beyond one administration. But there is this lack of continuity. That's why we're having a problem. Until we develop that, we'll be having that issue. Access to title. I raise this and I know why I mentioned it. And I'm happy you echo that. How do we close that gap? Until we look at the opportunity in empowering our people with title than revenue. When people approach you, then you know where they are. Then you can plan for them. If they know you put a roadblock, nobody will come. And I think we need to change that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The question that the Somebody asked a question about plans in Lagos State. We do have in Nigeria, we have several levels of plans in Lagos State. And another question was asked about green building, the criteria. Presently, the Lagos State government is working with the IFC in adapting and adopting the EDGE application to train experts to be able to design and certify buildings as green in Lagos. And for the village in Edo State, I would still say that we have to adopt urban renewal as a strategy for regenerating core areas where houses can be made affordable, as corroborated by the professor. In all, affordable housing must be resilient. For them to be resilient, we need to comply with planning standards.
Thank you very much. Now is my chance to, okay, let's hear the applause. Nobody is going to bill you for applauding. Okay, there have been so many issues that have been raised that one would wish to follow. But as we're talking, one thing that came to my mind as my summary, I'm remembering what Dr. Adedeji, I don't know whether any of you remember him. He used to be the commissioner for local government under Gowon. He warned in the conference on urban development in Sokoto in 1972. He warned that if we don't do something about planning our cities, we are going to have a chaos of unimaginable proportions. We ignored him. We put planning on the back burner. We're more interested in issuing something that was, how will I put it? We're talking about political will. Contract ready. You know, that kind of thing. Because planning, you don't see the immediate benefit of it. But when you don't have planning, you have chaos. He also made a statement that in most Nigerian cities, planning is a term used in jest. And unfortunately, it is still true. We have so many plans. So I have in my office stacks upon stacks upon stacks of plans in virtually every state. None of them is being implemented. When I came back from studying overseas in '77, I reviewed all the master plans that were being done by all the consultants in Plateau State. Then Plateau State included what is now Benue, Nasarawa, and all of that. None of those plans, not even one, was ever implemented. And that is the challenge we face. We talk about planning, but we don't really believe that we need to plan. And until we believe we need to plan, we are still going to have these problems, and it will only get worse. So I'm happy that this housing show has tried to bring all of us in the planning or in the built environment together, because it cannot be a fight that only one group will fight. It will be all of us telling the people who make the decisions that everybody has to, that we have to get on this planning bandwagon and make sure that our cities are planned. Otherwise, we're just going to end up with more and more chaos. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope it has been useful.
Mr. President, before you round up, I just want to ask the moderator a question. So why are these plans not being able, why are they not implemented?
Because the people who gave them didn't intend for them to be implemented. That's a simple answer to give.
Can you expatiate? What do you mean by that?
I think I've said enough.
Can I say something?
Okay, well, it's my job to ask questions. That's what I'm asking. Because if you are in charge of town planning and you have the plans and they're not being implemented, then...
Can I respond?
Please go ahead, Mr. President.
One of the things we need to understand is that the responsibility to plan is that of government. The duty to bring those plans on paper is that of planning and the collaborating professions. The participation in plan preparation is inclusive. And that's why I recall what Professor Nyangete said in the previous session. He talked about democratization. The implementation of plans in Nigeria has not been democratized.
And I'll probably answer the question of our brother from Kigali. Nigeria promulgated the Urban and Regional Planning Law in 1992, and the government has broken its own law by not preparing any plan at all. There's supposed to be national plan, there's supposed to be regional plans, under which what Professor Inyang presented. Ordinarily, if there is a regional plan of a state, every state governor should know what is happening in every community in his state. So the duty to do that belongs to government. The advocacy is now ours. And that is why I'll be leaving here very early tomorrow morning. As I land in Lagos, I'm heading for Ekiti State. There's more hope for a fool. And we're trying to ensure that we don't walk the path of foolishness.
Thank you very much.
That's the reason we're here.
Thank you. A round of applause for him. Thank you, sir. Please, you just rise up for the photograph. This has been a very engaging session, I must say. And
While they are sitting down here, you are not there one by one. They now got this company to do a presentation before they start. Okay.
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them as they take their seats. Quickly, I would like to invite the MD of Family Homes Funds for the presentation. His presentation is going to be on social housing in Nigeria, the Family Homes Fund strategy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for him as he comes for his presentation.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the session we have now is the session for family home funds. We all know about family home funds, the federal government intervention in the area of low-cost housing. The leader of the team for this session is no other person than the managing director himself of the family home funds, Mr. Femi Adewale. Mr. Femi, you are welcome, sir. It's also my pleasure to invite here for this session Mr. Sani Yakubu, Chief Housing Investment Officer of the Family Home Fund. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Recently, the President came up with the idea of 2 million naira houses. Some of you don't know what is it all about. Some of you don't know what is it about. That is why we decided to bring in this session to address the issue of housing for the low, very low income category. Also to be joined on this session is no other person than the Chief Finance Officer, CFO of Family Homes Fund in Keru, Aaron. Can we give her a round of applause? What a man can do, woman can do that. You will see that today. Madam, it's my pleasure to see you for the first time. Also to join the session is Mr. Low-Cost Housing himself, the CEO of Bila Fuller Foundation, and the chairman of the Youth for Affordable Housing Design Competition, Architect Sam Hodia. Can we give him a round of applause? My colleagues in the media who are here, we have an opportunity at this moment to get an update on what the family home funds have been doing. For some of you who have been calling, some of you have been asking me questions. These are an opportunity for you to know the number of houses they built. These are an opportunity for you to know ways you can benefit from family home funds. But I would like to start while the family home fund teams are sitting down here. I would like to invite one of our sponsor, partner for Abuja International Housing Show, Green Bricks and Technology Limited. I don't know whether they are here. Mr. Mohammed Ladron. Mr. Ladron. Okay, since he's not here, I would like to hand over to the MC, who will invite the leader for this session to begin the discussion.
Thank you very much, Barrister Festus. Please, a round of applause for him. The facilitator of the panel is no other but Mr. Kunle Faletti, aka Mr. Housing. A round of applause for Mr. Housing. Okay, also joining them is Professor Charles Iyangete, Chairman, Innovative Risk and Investment Solutions. Please join them. A round of applause for Mr. Housing, please. But before he does anything, I think the President, the MD, will give his opening remarks.
Okay, can we have the slides, please? The first slide. Ah, fantastic. Thank you. Okay, please allow me to observe all protocols. I think you've had enough Mr. This and Chief This and Dr. This. So please allow me to get straight to the point. The first slide ahead of you, I think, sets the tone for what sits right at the heart of what Family Homes Fund is about. And our hope for what is essentially a young organization is that into its future, the challenges that the images that is before you pose continue to be the fuel that drives this organization and trying to address the need of housing among millions of Nigeria. What you see there are 4 images. And we just had a fantastic session about planning. But it's possible that no one in this room has this experience. And that itself is a challenge. That is an experience that we probably need to have to begin to get a sense for what we need to do to address the daily, weekly, monthly challenges that the overwhelming proportion of our fellow Nigerians have to deal with. Living in significantly informal settlements with no access to security, with no access to water, with no access to power, with no access to any community facilities at all. Sometimes living next door to garbage heaps, as poisonous as they may be. Bottom slides, also crime. Crime, raising children, like that young boy sitting on that image on your right, living in fear, not knowing what the future holds. All of that may sound strange, but this is the real life experience of a significant number of Nigerians who continue to be excluded from the housing market because we are building houses that are not accessible to them. So what have some of the thinkers of our generation and even before said about this? So, you know, notable American president said this. He said that if a free society cannot help the many who are poor, it cannot save the few who are rich. Okay? And the Greek philosopher Plutarch said that an imbalance between the rich and the poor is the oldest and most fatal ailment. Is the oldest and most fatal ailment of all republics. I don't want to delve into a lot of this, but I'm sure that you can read between the lines and understand what the implications are of the first slide, the images in the first slide, and the implications for the future of you and I who may be excluded from that experience now. And then he says, Adam Smith, the notable economist. So we've had a government person, we had a Greek philosopher, now we have a notable economist, Adam Smith, saying, no society can surely be flourishing and happy, of which by for the greater part of the numbers are poor and miserable. Those are the people on the slide. And finally, the Mexican civil rights activist, Cesar Chavez, said, history will judge societies and governments and their institutions not by how big they are or how well they serve the rich and the powerful, but how effectively they respond to the needs of the poor and the helpless. Those are significant food for thought as during this conference we begin to engage on what direction housing policy and housing strategy goes in Nigeria. And that basically is the driving understanding, the driving principle behind. The next slide, please. Next slide, you're ahead of me. Okay. The slide before that, yeah. So I've said all of that to lead to this. It is the recognition of all of those facts. The fact that a significant proportion of our population is living in what is unacceptable circumstances. The recognition of the fact that actually no society can thrive or prosper given that increasing gap between the rich and the poor. That is one of the understandings that has led the government to think about a fund, the Family Homes Fund, as a social housing finance agency, and that is what we are. The underlying commitment of the Family Homes Fund is to at least begin the journey towards addressing those issues. How can we ensure that an increasing number of our fellow citizens, in fact, the majority of our citizens, have access to a good quality of life, housing beyond the home, in good environments and good facilities? So that is what the Family Homes Fund was created for. So what is the Family Homes Fund? Most of you already know this, but for those who are new in terms of engagement with us, just some very high-level information about who we are and how we work. The Family Homes Fund essentially is a joint partnership between the Federal Ministry of Finance through what is called the Federal Ministry of Finance Incorporated, the private investment arm of the Federal Ministry of Finance, and the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, who between them hold the founding shares of the Family Homes Fund. The Ministry of Finance owns 51% of our shares, and the Sovereign Wealth Fund has 49%. Our midterm objective is to bring in additional shareholders and diversify ownership, and I think that that journey hopefully begins in 2022. As part of its establishment, the federal government, through those shareholders, gave a commitment of 500 billion capital towards a seed funding for the fund to finance what is an ambitious program of housing development, perhaps the biggest housing program that we have had since the entity today called Nigeria has existed. That is to finance about 500,000 homes initially, and then we'll go on from there. As I said, the primary objective of the fund, and I think this is very important because I think my team is here, we spend a lot of our time trying to convince people that actually, as much as we would love to finance 50 million naira houses and 70 million naira houses, actually we are quite fascinated with the job that we have been given, ensuring that we are only engaging on financing homes that are affordable to people who are at the bottom end of our economic pyramid, particularly people who are very, very poor, and that is really what social housing is about. The company became effectively operational in January 2019, so if you include the year of the COVID, it's really been effectively trading for about 2.5 years, and now has a staff turnover of about 34, I think, as I said. Next slide. So what do we do? What does Family Homes Fund do? Family Homes Funds makes affordable housing, let's say social housing, happen, so that we are clear about the definitions, by developing and offering financing solutions to affordable housing developers, public or private, and the people who buy and rent the homes that they build. So that is basically what we're about, is providing financing for public and private sector developers, but also the individuals who actually have to buy those homes that they have built. Our current pipeline of partners include a wide range of state governments. We'll provide that detail later in the schedule. And in the last year alone, we have committed in excess of 43 billion naira to projects which are promoted by state governments alone, including private sector developers, housing cooperatives, corporations, and interestingly in Kaduna, a women's housing group that we expect to support to develop a social housing scheme that is targeted at women, mostly market women in Kaduna. We're working with our development partners, influencing them to create jobs on the projects that we support as a very deliberate strategy. One of our key results is ensuring that in investing what is a significant amount of public capital, that we are also providing jobs for a lot of our people, particularly those on low income, who are currently out of jobs. Next slide. So how are we doing this? And I think this is important for those of you who want to know how the Family Homes Funds work. So our key results from our shareholders through the life of the fund are right there at the top: 500,000 homes and 81.8 million jobs. So what are we doing to ensure that we move towards achieving those results? We had 4 channels, as we call them, but now there are 5, and I explain why. The first one, which I think is colored orange, is the Affordable Housing Fund, which is essentially a construction both for private and public sector developers. In simple parlance, it means that we are providing money for developers, public or private, to build houses that meet our requirements. And those requirements include a number of things, and I'm sure during the questions time we'll have a chance to engage on that, but primarily and fundamentally is that those houses need to be affordable to the market segments that we exist to serve. So that is our perhaps most active channel for the time being, and we'll talk about what we have done on that channel over the last 2.5 years. The second channel, which is rather new and is just beginning to take off, is the National Social Housing Program, and I think that is a big focus of the discussion today. The National Social Housing Program is an element of the Economic Sustainability Program. You probably will recollect, most of you, that last year the federal government launched a 2.3 trillion naira stimulus package as part of the post-COVID efforts to reboot the economy. A key plank of the Economic Sustainability Plan was the National Social Housing Program, which is funded as through a deed of debenture. Essentially, that is a sexy word for a loan that Family Homes Fund is taking from the Central Bank of Nigeria to finance 300,000 homes for people who are on very, very low income. And I think Festus referred to the 2 million naira home. One of the key signatures of the social housing program is that the houses have to start for as low as 2 million naira to be affordable to the market that we target. The status of the social housing fund is that we have completed the deed of debenture with the central bank. We expect over the next couple of weeks that the first drawdowns is drawn down in batches of at least 20 billion will begin to happen over the next couple of weeks, and that will allow what is a huge backlog of projects to start to hit the ground. We expect that by the end of this year, 40,000 homes financed under the NSHP will be at various stages of development. The yellow channel is a Help to Buy fund, and that starts to deal with a totally different part of the housing market. The first two build the house, but when you have built the house, how do people on low income then go on to actually acquire those houses for themselves or even rent it? What the Help to Buy fund does is to provide assistance to people on low income to ensure that they can have access to the capital that they need to own the houses that are built primarily through the Affordable Housing Fund. And the key element of the Help to Buy fund is primarily to provide a 40% of the cost of the houses is given to the buyers as a deferred loan. So in principle, over the first 5 years of the loan, they don't pay anything for the loan. And then they start paying back the loan from year 6 onwards in a graduated format, which aligns with the increase of their income. The main effect of the Help to Buy fund is an innovation that is intended to allow people on low income to step on the housing ladder. The green channel, critical, and when we come to talk about the program, you will see how important we think this is for the housing market in Nigeria. Given the very low income, given the level of poverty that our economy sits on, the Green Channel is a major lever in terms of the Family Homes Funds program. It's a rental housing fund. And that recognizes that for a largely informal sector, close to 80% of our working population, we need to take the notion of formal rental accommodation seriously. The fact is that it is not a new idea. In most of our urban populations, close to 75% of people are already tenants. They are renting their house. The only problem is that they are renting them from mom and pop's landlords. They have no security of tenure. They don't enjoy any service. They can be kicked out at the landlord's will. What a formal rental housing fund or tenure does is give them first a security of tenure. As long as they pay their rent, they stay in the house. They can't be kicked out willy-nilly. Secondly, they enjoy a good quality management service. And finally, they acquire a right to buy the house as and when their economic circumstances allow them to do so. So we're exploring and are beginning on a pilot program with 6 housing corporations. We expect to tidy up all of the preliminary work around that this year, and with the initial investments for, I think it's 606 years. 3,000 homes starting in the Q1 of 2022. The final one, which is the, on the rental housing fund, I forget. One of the other key aspects of the rental housing fund is students' accommodation. This year we expect to put about 20 billion naira of our own money into a pilot students' accommodation program for about 6,000 bed spaces in 4 universities. This is part of housing. A lot of our young people in universities are living in conditions that, frankly, if you put a goat in there, the goat will be struggling to get out. We can't raise the generation for tomorrow in some of those conditions. So there's a huge amount of work going on within the fund, working with universities, working with some of our development finance institution partners to ensure that we can intervene in a meaningful way to ensure that our young people in formal education have a place to live where they can compete with their mates across the world in an increasingly global environment. So that's the Green Channel. And then finally, the Land Development Fund. That has two primary focuses. The first one is land banking. And the team has done an excellent work. Today, the Family Homes Fund sits in excess of 2,500 hectares of land across the country to feed the development program. And that is across a large number of states, about 16 or 17 states. But more significantly, one of the key things that the Land Development Fund aims to do is to support existing developments where the quality of life of the residents is significantly undermined by lack of infrastructure. So you have estates in Abuja, in Lagos, in Ibadan, in Enugu, that are frankly in the middle of nowhere. They are not connected to services, they are not connected to trunk roads, and the idea of the Land Development Fund is to provide financing to connect what we call the last mile infrastructure. Essentially, that is making those places much more livable environment. At the bottom of all that is that, I think as Nigerians, we've been disappointed so much that we are cynical about things actually happening. But we are committed at the Family Homes Fund, and a lot of what we want to do is actually underpinned by a commitment to 4 key values. First is financial viability. We have our CFO here. We're going to give you some of where we are 2 years post-trading in terms of securing the financial viability of the institution. I thank all of you for your warm congratulations on our Sukuk bond, which we issued last week. That is, not only is this the first corporate Sukuk bond in Nigeria, not only is it the first phrase bond issued in Nigeria, it's also the first bond out of the capital market financing low-income housing. Before now, the message was that pension funds will not touch low-income housing. That has been the matter. We're glad that we've been able to prove that wrong. But it's beyond the Family Homes Fund. What that does, because we will deliver on our commitments on the bond, is that other providers in the markets can now go to our deep capital markets to raise money to finance low-income housing. We have broken that myth and shown that actually capital market will finance low-income housing and social housing where the opportunity arises. And just for the data, 64% of the subscription to our Sukuk bond were from pension funds. So they were not individual. That ourselves we found quite surprising on the back of a strong financial viability. Second is well-governed. Critical that even though it's owned by 2 quasi-government entities, a Ministry of Finance and a Sovereign Investment Fund, which in itself is owned by the government of Nigeria, it was very important at the outset that this was a well-governed institution with an independent board that is able to take key and rational decisions. Finally, it's about people. Significant investment in not only attracting the best talents, but also retaining the best talents and rewarding them. And I think 2 of my colleagues, our senior leadership team is here, and I think you will hear them out. They provide the bedrock of what we can achieve. And finally, in the business in which we are, integrity. Understanding the trust that is imposed in us and ensuring that we use government money and even money from the private sector and the capital market in a way that engenders confidence. Next slide. So making it happen, what are the key things that we're doing? And we have this diagram about all of the balls in the air that we continue to work on to be able, essentially, these are the ingredients that can make us and will make us to deliver on our commitments. One is basically, and I'll go through the 6 of them, building capacity. When I come to talk about the structuring, which I'll do in a minute, of the social housing program, you will see that a critical element of the NSHP is delivering, perhaps for the first time ever, significant growth in our mortgage sector. Some of our mortgage sectors, as a result, banks, as well as the NSHP, would double, even triple their current loan portfolio. And that means that at the end of the NSHP, the result we expect to see are stronger, more robust primary mortgage banks. That is critical. Because as a developer, if you are building, there are no mortgage banks that are strong, robust, strong balance sheet that can offer loans, your exposure, you are more likely to be curtailed in your exposure. Financing. We did our debut bond issue in the Sukuk, but we are not done. That was basically to test the waters, and we'll be going back to the capital markets on and on and on again to tap the capital that we need. Nkiru, who's our CFO, has a big job ahead of her. In 2022, she has to raise in excess of 400 billion naira to finance the program for 2022. So financing, creating the financial base to support the program is a critical part of what we need to do. I talked about land assembly, a significant focus in ensuring that we have land in the right places, of the right quality, that where people want to live, to ensure that the program achieves a stable delivery path. Partnerships are very key. One of the critical areas where we have a lot of work to do is developing strong and robust partnerships across the value chains, and that includes from the design stage to suppliers, to contractors, to facility managers, and that continues to require a huge amount of our effort. You will see something there called the 4 levers. One of the big challenges and risks to what we are looking to do is the fact that we have an extremely volatile market. So we have a 4 levers project, which is basically around a number of initiatives. And it's interesting that one of them, which was launched today, was about standardization of designs and specification that enables us to give some more predictability to the houses that we finance. It also offers some support to private sector and public sector developers, because we will have done the work for you. You will have had standard designs and specifications that you can work off, and that kind of enables your journey into the market a lot quicker. Next slide. Just very quickly, just to kind of describe how the Affordable Housing Fund works and how the National Social Housing Program works. So I will focus on just those 2, and I will leave all of the other channels, help to own land. I think this is probably kind of the critical big volume aspects of our work. So in terms of the Affordable Housing Fund structure, it's fairly simple. Currently, and I know that this is a subject of significant challenge for many of our partners. I understand you, but we also have a reason why we have adopted this approach in the interim. So primarily, a lot of family homes funds exposure at the moment is via lending to state governments. Okay? Is via lending to state governments. State governments are then, on the back of the capital that we give them, able to engage with private sector developers or builders or contractors, whichever name they choose to call them, who actually build the houses. We see this as a win-win situation. One, because it protects us from credit risk that we cannot really control. But secondly, it localizes and ensures that state governments carry a huge part of the responsibility because they have a role to play. And I continue to believe that I know of no market for social housing anywhere in the world where governments or public authorities don't have a major role to play. But as I've noted on that slide to the bottom, at stage 2 of the development, for now, for young institutions, we need to protect its credit quality. Remember the value around financial sustainability, and its capacity to accept huge risks is also limited. But we are growing, and I think very slowly we are moving into beginning to talk about financing of cooperatives and workers' groups and things like that. And eventually, hopefully in the not too long future, we will have the confidence and the robustness to be able to take on direct lending to private sector developers. But that is really where we are, and I think it's important for me to clarify that, and I'm sure that I expect a lot of, I expect some questions on that, but we'll be quite happy to take them. Now, for the National Social Housing Program structure, next slide. Okay, very similar to the Affordable Housing Fund, but slightly different. And I will kind of point out the key differentials. And this is probably new because I'm not sure, with the exception of a few people in this room who have engaged with us on the social housing program. I think some of you have engaged with us on the affordable housing program, so you know the drill. But on the NSHP, just bear me out. So essentially, we are borrowing money from the CBN. We're taking a loan for 15 years from the Central Bank of Nigeria at 5% per annum. We are then on-lending that money via a development agreement to a state government or its agencies. And different states are employing different partners. But typically, it will be a state-owned agency we are lending onto. They then do, as in the Affordable Housing Fund, they then appoint their developers or their contractors to build the house. Of course, we have a close eye on who and what. Typically will have a right of objection if we felt that they were trying to populate the place with politicians. Okay, so they have the delivery partners build the houses. The houses, when built, are transferred to what is called on that slide QFI. So this is a term that was developed in the deed of debenture, and essentially it means the qualifying financial institutions. Essentially, it's a mortgage bank or a commercial bank. So we are currently working with both. And essentially what happens is that we, on completion of the houses, enter into what is called a novation agreement with the qualifying financial institution. Essentially what that is that we hand over the house to the qualifying financial institution, and we also hand over the debt that is associated with those houses to the qualifying financial institution. Essentially, we transfer all of the obligations and the liability around that parcel of homes to the qualifying financial institution. So if you are okay, I'm not sure Abe is here, so I can use their name. So if you're an Abe mortgage bank, on the end of the novation agreement, you probably get 1,000 houses, but sitting behind those 1,000 houses is probably a debt that is repayable to the central bank of, say, 2 billion naira. It's repayable at 5% over possibly now 14 years, because 1 year has been used to build the houses. So what Abe then does is basically identify 1,000 people who want to buy 2 million naira homes and say, okay, you have the houses, you have 14 years to pay me back. And as they pay Abe back, Abe remits the money through us to the central bank. That is essentially how the social housing program is designed to work. And the objective for that is that it tries to innovate around the challenges we have with our very shallow mortgage market. Okay, so it's essentially a relay facility. So like if you think about a relay race, you know, the first person does the first and hands over the baton to the next person who then runs the last mile. So that is essentially what the Social Housing Fund is intended to do. So those are the two key main details of how our two main instruments work. Next slide. So Festus was keen about figures, so let's talk about the number of figures about what we have done today. Next slide. I will summarize broadly where we are so that I don't read a big table of specific sites to you. But essentially, as at the end of Q2 2021, we have 5,408 homes that are completed. That's across about 8 states. Under construction across 11 states at the moment is 9,148 homes. We expect all of those to be completed by the 31st of December, actually more likely towards the middle of November. And currently we have what we call committed or credit stage. Just to be clear, these are schemes either where we have granted approval but is waiting for one legal thing or the other to start, or where we have completed our internal credit process and is waiting for a final board approval, but all of which we expect to start in Q3, Q4 of 2021. That's about 13,543 homes. Outside of this, if you call them pies in the sky, so these are what we call active pipelines of projects that we are working on but have not been through our credit process. They are maybe halfway through or just starting. We have in excess of 30,000 units or so in the pipeline. Our target for 2021 is 50,000 homes by the end of the year. 2022 is our big year. Having laid a lot of the foundations, all of my colleagues that are here on the executive team, Inkiru joined us in January 2021, and Sonny joined us about this time last year, bringing additional capacity to the team, and I think we are now placed for our big year in 2022 when we expect to commit to in excess of 110,000 homes. When I'm done with this, there will be a spool, a drone shot of some of the developments so that you can see that. Next slide. Okay, so this is the project in Delta. That's about 650 units. It's primarily completed now and being sold to people. The next slide, please. This is Kano. In total, it's just over 700 units, right at the heart of Kano, the Millennium Damanawa in Kano, for those who know Kano, near the Adobayero Hospital. Next slide. This is in Ogun State, still under construction, probably one of the more challenging ones that we have, will not be finished until about December, is 1,020 units in the new Makun city. Next slide. So this is the show home and the magical 2 million naira house. This is semi-detached. I think to the right there, the first yellow brick is a 1-bedroom, which we can sell or can be sold for 2 million. And to the other side is 2-bedroom units, which is slightly more expensive at about 3 to 3.5 million naira. Next slide. So we'll have a spool of all of the schemes in Yobe, Bauchi, and all of the other places. I think there's some drone shot which will be spooled whilst we're having the discussion. Now, I talked about one of our key values, and sometimes in housing we don't talk about this enough, but I think Akim is not here, but Akim talks all the time that housing is not about building. Okay. That largely is a question of money and financing. It is the reason why many times a lot of our housing policies don't get delivered, because we talk about the strategy, we talk about the policy, but we never think through about what the funding mechanism is. We are committed to not repeating that mistake, to ensure that our capital raising capability is critical to ensuring that we can deliver on what we need to do. And that starts from creating a financially sustainable balance sheet, or as an old colleague used to call it, a charming balance sheet. And I think we are well on the way to do that. There was absolutely no way that an institution that has been trading for just about 2 years can access the capital market and get the competitive pricing, just 50 basis points over gilt that we did, and 200% oversubscribed. It has to be that we had a balance sheet that is attractive to investors, and we are committed to do that. So this is kind of our position as at the end of Q2. We are well ahead of the curve, significant increase in interest income, but also in terms of the retained earnings, profit before tax is almost 90% growth on last year's. Now, before people think that what we are in is just making money off poor people, no. If you look at the line, there is no dividend being paid to shareholders. All of this money is getting plowed back into creating more and more and more houses and absorbing the shocks that is coming up. But really the point that we are trying to prove is this, that it is possible to do social housing and still be financially sustainable. It is not a charity work, but at the same time, it's not something that you are doing the best to shaft people who are least able to provide it. And that basically is the message that we're trying to put and the foundation that we're trying to build for the organization. So, now, things don't always go well, and I think we want to be honest with that about what we're doing, what are the key issues that we're dealing with, why we're dealing with them in that way. So, first, we acknowledge that currently, as of today, about 63% of our portfolio is sitting in a particular geography of the country. We understand that. And regardless of how it happens, that is where we are, and there are very good reasons why it is so. But that is a very temporary situation. By the time we get to December, our objective is to have a very equitable distribution of our investment across all of the 36 states and the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. In actual fact, the mandate from the board of the fund is that the social housing fund, which is 200 billion, is equitably spread across all of the 36 states. That's an average of just under 6 billion naira investment in each of the 36 states. Second bullet point, I've already spoken about this, that we have a low risk appetite. And again, there is really no apologies for that. We want to have, for the time being, a very low risk appetite to ensure that we protect the balance sheet of the company, that allows us to access more capital before taking on board higher risk. And that is why we are prioritizing lending to private developers, but through state governments, who are able to provide us with ISPOs or irrevocable standing payment orders. So that is, but as I said, eventually we'll move out of that, but that is an operationally wise thing to do in terms of where we are now. Thirdly, big focus on social housing. Some of our initial schemes were not quite where we expect them to be, but currently, on average, with the exception of Lagos, Kano, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, where we are taking where the situation demands some uplift, is to stick to between 2.5 and 5.5 million naira as the lower and upper end of the houses that the fund builds. Currently, we have 15 million naira portfolios, homes in our portfolio that we can't wait to get. Rid of them. As I said earlier, we have significant interest from the states. We have really enjoyed significant interest from them in supporting what we are doing. And they have been generous. States like Kano, where it's said that there's no land, gave us in excess of 200 hectares, over 200 hectares of land for social housing development. As I also said earlier, we aim to complete our preparations on the student housing, rental housing, and incremental housing by December. with the initial commitments hopefully happening early 2022. We are becoming very financially robust and sustainable now. And I think that our internal capacity in terms of staffing is now at its peak, and we should, by December, I think we should be where we are in terms of having the capability to do what we need to do. So, next slide. So, looking forward, next slide, in terms of operational projections over the next 3 years. So, this is basically a pull-out from our corporate strategy. As you see there, we have 6 product lines that we're working on. All of these sit within the channels. So the affordable housing for sale, which is in the affordable housing fund, we expect to do 10,000 homes this year, and I think we have a strong chance of hitting that, and slight growth next year and into the next year. I talked about rental housing as a major push for us. Between now and 2023, we expect to do about 50,000 units of rental housing. A lot of those will be through partnership with housing corporations, primarily, but also perhaps a number of cooperatives. We are fascinated about the idea of incremental housing, about people building their housing with micro loans, which is really the way that for many of us, our parents built their houses. This is a major initiative for us, and we hope that the first investments can be made in 2022. I already talked about student housing. We are committed this year to investing a significant amount of our capital in an initial four university sites, and hopefully on the back of that and lessons learned, we'll push forward to other universities in subsequent years. Social housing, this essentially, as you can see, that is a rump of our operational projections. This year, we're looking at 40,000 units, on the way to doing that, and then ramp up to a peak of 50,000 per annum over the next couple of years. Sites and services, in some places, particularly in the southeast, we're finding that this is an attractive product that enables people to access homes. And that is something that we have developed a product paper. We are working on it, and I hope that either later this year, Q4, or early next year, we should be able to make the first investment into a formal site and services scheme. Next slide. In terms of the financial projections, that is there. I won't talk too much about that. We are seeing very significant growth in terms of assets, in terms of shareholder equity, and certainly in terms of net income. What you will see in the second to the last line is that from 2022, our borrowing goes up quite significantly. Because we can't continue to rely, government has been extremely generous to us. We now need to begin to take on significant amount of debt. And that obviously has implications, but that is really the primary way in which you can build sustainability into the program that we want to deliver, and I think we are quite ready and prepared for that. So just before I finish, last slide. Next slide, please. Right. So this just this. It's easy to present that everything is hunky-dory, because not everything that we face can be changed. We understand that the social housing space is a difficult one. It's a big learning curve, and we are learning as an organization. But as an organization, we are determined, and I think that some of the early results and the trust, not just from government, but some of the development finance institutions who are putting a huge amount of trust in the business, is evidence that even though we can't change things, but we can face them. And part of the key message for me today is looking to work with many of you in this room, both private sector developers, government agencies, mortgage banks, to see how we can work together to ensure that the first picture that I showed begins a disappearing aspect of our urban landscape. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for the MD CEO Family Homes Funds, Mr. Femi Adewale, beaming the light on the Family Homes Funds and what they're all about and how you can be in partnership with them. Once again, a round of applause for him, please. Please permit me for disrupting this session. I just want to do a few things. Since we're talking affordable housing, we would like to also get the private sector perspective. We want to invite to join this session the Chief Operation Officer, Mr. Kabir Omar Gano. Please, a round of applause for him. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Chief Operation Officer of Brains and Hammers. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Brains and Hammers. Okay, I want to recognize the presence of Estate Surveyor and Valuer Chief Ima Wike, President, Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. Please, a round of applause for him. You are welcome, sir. He is also here with his First Vice President, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Jombul Amayebo. You're welcome, sir. We also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Victor Onukuga, President, Association of Housing Corporations of Nigeria. Sir, you're welcome. At this point, I'll be handing the microphone to the facilitator, Mr. Housing, Kunle Faleti.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are well behind time. Femi, thank you for the presentation. Quite thought-provoking. A few takeaways. Social housing, very high volume, thin margin. Social housing in established markets is 90%, 95% state-owned properties. I think it's really important for us as stakeholders to recognize that the family home funds is arguably the largest intervention in the history of housing in Nigeria. It's not in competition with the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. It's not in competition with Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company. They can work together, they can collaborate, they can form strategic alliances. The family home funds is the family home funds. And I think, Femi, the challenge, is for your brand. People to see family home funds and just think of social housing. You need to engage. Beyond this fora, Femi, you need to engage the leaders of the National Assembly. Once family home funds once there is an understanding of what you do, of what you are capable of doing, employment, job creation, economic stability, I think you're going to hit the ball out of the park. There's a big misconception. There's a big misconception, even amongst us, practitioners. A lot of people see it as duplication of efforts. It's not. At this juncture, I'd like to get the perspective of Professor Iyangete. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman or moderator. I'd like to just give a backdrop perspective. I was actually on the inaugural committee that set up the Family Homes Fund. When the immediate past minister intended to create an instrument, a vehicle for delivering funding for the social housing and for greater affordability, she set up a committee, and I was privileged to be on that, the very first inaugural committee and the very first meeting. I thought I should give that historical perspective. It's nice to see that the funds that were thought of are now being implemented. It wasn't a family home fund, it's a family homes funds with a plural. So the different components of the funds that are being implemented speak to the original idea. Let me just touch on a few things, and I think you mentioned the challenges. We have a high price to pay in Nigeria, and that is the price of inequality. Unequal society creates huge barriers, and that is at the heart of what the Family Homes Fund is set up to do. Social housing to redress that inequality. If you put a roof over somebody's head, the person is more likely to behave responsibly. They will not go burning down their own houses. They will behave responsibly. So we are well on that journey, and the FHF is doing the job that it was set up to do. Let me, from a practical point, begin to address some of the other challenges. I see a key challenge in agency issues. Family Homes Fund itself, as a developer financier, isn't the executor. The Family Homes Fund has to rely on other parties, contractors, developers, to deliver. And what drives the developers and the contractors may not always be in the best interest of the end users, the buyers of the property. So managing the risk and dealing with that aspect is a very important aspect, and I'm hoping that your systems and structures are developed to deal with those. So we do not have this asymmetry of information where some parties have more reliable information than others, and some parties are able to erode the standards and the quality that is expected of you than others, and then feed that into the market. So your brand, protecting your brand and ensuring that what you pay for is what reaches the market is very important, and it's a critical challenge. Another challenge that I see is you are set up to do a lot, to build in large quantities, in large numbers. That means you're also well-placed to impact how the market operates. And I believe the FHF stands in a perfect position to be the driver of green housing in Nigeria. And I think as you develop the social housing, you should really look to be at the forefront of delivering on sustainability. We have a green building efficiency code in the country. I'm hoping that FHF would drive that through its developers, and the process is on, and I'm part of a consulting team for GIZ that is doing that for the nation. The other aspect that I see is there seems to be a lot of focus on building new. There's so much to be gained from regenerating the dilapidated buildings that belong to the government itself in different places. And I think those could be part of your student housing, where they're close to universities or close to... In fact, they can also be part of the buildings that bring people close to where they can do business, rather than having to live very far away from where they do business. And I understand in Lagos alone, there's so many state-owned, even federal government-owned properties that have been left abandoned for long periods. So regenerating those could deliver very large numbers. Glasgow, a city that I lived for some time, regenerated its inner cities and regenerated its old housing estates during the early 90s and late 80s. That restored Glasgow to being European City of Culture, I believe it was in 1990 or 1991. So that can be part of this model of social housing using existing structures without having to build new. And it will also accelerate the speed of delivery, I believe. The other aspect of the opportunities that I see is really in ensuring that the partnerships that we speak of happen. You are well-resourced, you're able to go into the capital market. When we went in 2015, I'm using we to mean my previous life, we were able to be the first mortgage refinance entity on the continent to go to the market, and we did it within 9 months of my being in position. No other MRC on the continent had done it. You're well placed. We set the framework for Sukuk. We actually drew up the underwriting standards for Sukuk, which I believe would help if you're not using that in doing your disbursements. You should be able to pull that up. We also took it to the point of implementing it for the informal sector, which would be where largely the people that will be benefiting from the social housing will come from. So when you marry those two things, the informal-driven Sukuk together with what you're driving, you'll be really able to manage the risk. And I was going to mention risk as a big challenge, but I can see that in your structures and in your systems, you're thinking about that. At the end of the day, all of this boils down to using technology right, as we spoke of in the morning, building the database, being able to interrogate the database, and being able to take faster turnaround decisions. But at the very end of it, it all boils down to people. If the governance structure doesn't work, it doesn't matter how you set it up. It doesn't matter what you do. It is the people. And it's the people who are to implement those structures of governance that have been built that would make this happen or make it fail. I'm hoping it will be the earlier and not the latter. And I want to commend the work that you've done to go to the market and issue a Sukuk. Under typically an institution to go to the market would have to have been in existence for 3 years. They've been in operation for just over 2. They've gone to the market, issued a Sukuk, raised twice as much as they needed, and had to hand back some of the money. That's something to be commended. And that market needs to be encouraged. Thank you. That market needs to be encouraged, and it needs to be rolling, because liquidity is at the heart of affordability. When you have a market that is liquid and the funds are flowing, the need for the quantum of return that investors are expecting reduces. If I'm able to turn around 2%, 6 times, what's that? It's 12%. If I'm able to turn it around 20 times, it increases to much higher. So that frequency, the speed of going to the market and the speed of rolling the funding is critical, and even in small margins, the quantum of what you do will be very critical to keeping this and making it sustainable. And I'm really rooting for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On an informal note, Prof is it just made a case for an independent director. Sorry, I didn't say anything. No. Thank you. When Femi did his presentation, he talked about numbers. You know, some of those numbers are scary. 40 billion, 10 trillion, you know. To help us understand, on the one hand, is the money just sitting down in the account? You know, what happens to these funds? He brought in a couple of his executives, so we'll get their perspective on how are these funds being handled, how is it being invested, and then what are the things in place, accounting practices, best practices, enterprise risk. So I'd like to first of all call on the CFO, Family Home Funds Limited, Ms. Nkiru Arum. So in the US, everybody, whether Mrs. or it's Ms. So thank you. A round of applause, please.
Hello, House. Sitting in this room with all protocols observed are my key partners in managing the money of the federal government of Nigeria. So, like my dear MD said, the federal government of Nigeria has put up the Family Homes Fund to help it manage a much unserviced sector, which is the low-income earners of this country in the area of housing. And I wish to introduce myself to my president, the president of the Institute of Estate Surveyors, because I am an estate surveyor by training. So I think I have landed home to come and manage in family homes funds. So yes, I'm going to talk about the financing and also the viability of family homes fund. There is a myth that we are busting every day in family homes, and that myth is that low-income housing does not pay. It's not profitable. Don't put your money. They're going to owe you money. So it's myth-busting time. Low-income housing is very viable. Brains and hammers, are you in the house? Low-income housing is very viable. How is it very viable? It starts with financing. We have a lot of confidence that has been reposed in the Family Homes Fund, and we have financing from the federal government of Nigeria. We have financing conversations which are bearing fruit with development finance institutions internationals. And we have financing from the public sector, which has just demonstrated huge confidence in Family Homes Fund a few weeks back by giving us twice what we asked them to give us. And we also told them it was for low-income housing. We told them how viable it was. They believed us. What we have now is to show them the money. Okay? So low-income housing, we have the confidence of all the state government in Nigeria who are right now our primary obligors, and they so believe in us that all the financing we have given to them, they have given us what we call advanced signed checks for 8 years till the end of the loan. So we actually are not expecting any default. Why is that? Because the money needs to recycle, like our MD has said. The recycling part of it is very critical. We give out these monies as loans and we expect all of them to come back, not some. My MD said, and I still wrote it, he tells us every morning and every evening, the Family Homes Fund has a low-risk appetite. It is on my desk to maintain that low-risk appetite. All the monies that go out come back. Moderator, that is, all the monies that go out, they have to come back, and they come back with a little bit of interest so that we can put it back quickly. Prof has told us that even though the margins are small, if you're able to recycle the money multiple times, the margins pick up. And that is our focus. We stand there to say that viability of Family Homes Fund, a lot of people have asked us that we're not set up for profit, but we have to show viability so that we can engender confidence in the market. We have to show viability so that we can groom our muscles to be independent of the original financiers. And we also have to focus on equity build-up. Why? Is because we have only just once gone to the capital market, but we're going to go to the capital market again, and again. And to be able to do that multiple times, you have to show them that the first monies you have, you didn't lose them. All of us know the stories of the 1 talent, the 10 talents. You have to bring back the talents, and you have to bring something on top of them. So in order to be able to go to the public and ask for funds, we have to show that we can manage the funds. So we are not set up to make profit, but we have to show that we don't lose money so that we can have your money back. And then when we went to the market, and the next time we're coming to the market, we're not only looking for big investors, we're looking for you as well. The high net worth individuals, you can give us your money, we'll put it to work, and we'll bring it back to you safe and intact. We're not here to mention the billions and the margins and the everything which is expected from my office. I am only here to tell you that investing in low and social housing is very viable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nkiru. Without taking much of our time, oh, by the way, I'm so looking forward to getting the perspective of Brains and Hammers later on. When you deliver consistently units of 250 million, and all of a sudden, we want to, deliver units of 2 million or less. Oh yeah, those are two extremes, so I'd like, I can't wait, or perhaps it could be part of your CSR,
It's not CSR, it's business.
Yeah. I'd like to call on the Chief Investment Officer for the Family Home Funds, Sani Yakubu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The moderator made a very interesting, very powerful point. A couple of months back, at around 2 in the night, I got a call, a very widely watched television station needed a government official to come defend how 2 million naira for a house is possible. And I was to appear on the television program at 7 o'clock. So you can imagine the limits of my imagination and my preparation. And when I got to the studios, I assure you, the guys thought they had me on the baking pan. How are we building 2 million naira houses? First, we are asking all the state governments to key into the program, the National Social Housing Program, by providing the lands of the people free of charge to the project. The lands of the people. So when you give people back their land so they can have houses on it, you're just giving them back their own land. Secondly, we've pleaded with them to please give us these lands in areas that are contiguous to existing infrastructure, so that we limit the amount of funds expended on providing infrastructure and so reduce the costs of the entire transaction in each of those locations. This is the second cost push factor that is reduced. We ask the state governments to please give us these lands not in the names of their entities, but in the names of family homes funds. And I assure you that the 200 hectares of land provided by Kano State government is in the name of family homes funds. So that the bureaucracy of looking for the land and the time and the cost of hiring lawyers to transfer titles and so on is reduced. We've addressed about 3 to 4 cost push factors, right? then Family Homes Funds comes to the table with a single-digit funding. That reduces the total cost of the transaction as well. The Vice President's office and the President's office have helped us negotiate the transaction with Dangote, Lafarge, and Bois to get cement delivered to our various locations across the country at about 1,000 naira less than what the market price is. Delivery, VAT, including storage. We just finished a meeting yesterday with the Timber Association in Nigeria to also help provide in bulk. So, I say to my brothers in brains and hammers, we can do 2 million naira houses if we have the right strategy. When we deliver the 2 million naira house, it will be far worth more than 2 million naira to the typical Nigerian at the lower end of the pyramid. I think that when that interview finished that morning, the government and Family Home Funds and Nigerians had made the point that this is doable and that, in fact, it is what we should be in a hurry to do because it creates the jobs, it boosts the local economy, and it helps the local content. In addition to all of this, my brothers in our project management department have ensured that we have standardized designs so that the value engineering that comes from standardizing the designs helps to save the cost of delivery, both in terms of the single unit house and in terms of ensuring that the 500 units that we have in an estate are designed in such a way that the road network and all the other infrastructure facilities help save costs. Moderator, I'd just like to stop at this. I hope that I've also made the point. When it comes to the other risk elements involved, I believe that my colleagues will still have a lot more to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In established markets across Europe, Asia, North America, social housing is largely government. Other key players are non- or not-for-profit organizations, and believe it or not, religious organizations. Outside of the US federal and state governments, the largest social housing is the Catholic charities. The Catholic charities is the largest provider of social housing in the US. This is just a food for thought. We've seen architect Sam Odia. Oh, maybe you're doing your PhD. We've seen him on stage a couple of times today. I would like him to share his hands-on perspective. He's the CEO of Millard Foundation. Millard Foundation is a non-profit, right? Yeah. And I think it evolved from a religious or faith-based foundation. They've done so well. I mean, Festus, during his introduction of Architect Odia, mentioned the fact that he's been able to deliver homes at 2 million. You cannot shave a man's head in his absence. I'd like to hear, or we would like to hear, how this is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Kunle. Good afternoon, everybody. It gives me great pleasure when I hear what I've just been hearing from Sani and from Nkiru and from Femi. When we started working many, many years ago, actually almost 20 years ago with Habitat for Humanity, mainly in rural areas, and building houses for the poor, It really, what we were doing, people couldn't understand. And our very first house in Massacre area, again, because the land was cheap and because we were familiar with that locality, actually cost 240,000 naira to build. It was just a studio apartment. And when we started building and selling with donor funds from the US and telling people that all you had to do was pay 60,000 naira as a deposit and move into your house, people thought, this must be 419, 60,000 naira. And, this was 2006, 2007, 15 years ago. And many couldn't believe. And at that time, El Rufai was demolishing a lot of houses in the FCT. A lot of people were just becoming homeless overnight, in a move to try to sanitize the city. And so many people came rushing to our office, which was in town at that time in Zone 4, saying that, look, we're helpless. How can you help us? We heard that you have cheap houses. So many of them were forced to come into our houses. I mean, initially when we started, people didn't come because they thought, they'll just take your 60,000 and bill. But how can a house be 240,000 naira? That's more like the rent. We said, no, it's the cost of the house. And we were given a zero profit, zero interest mortgage, which was a principle that we held by from the Fuller Center for Housing, whose affiliate we were in this country. So, Millet Fuller, our founder, who founded Habitat for Humanity International, worked on this principle, that the poor deserve to be given loans without charging profit and without charging interest. It's very much like the Islamic financing sort of system. And so we started, and eventually people started coming in because they had no choice, and they told their colleagues, this thing is real, and we had practically the whole of Abuja at our doorstep. We were building an average of about 10 or 20 houses a year at that time because it was only as quickly as the funding could come, and it was obvious to us because there was such a great need that this model that we were operating wouldn't last, and we knew right from then that we were going to have to find a way of breaking into the money market, be able to take loans, and it's been a very long journey trying to transit from that typical non-profit housing background to one where we're now a social enterprise with funding, with viability, sustainability in mind, with an ability for us we are a profit-making organization now. And for that, we've set up a new entity called MFF Housing, which we actually floated 2 or 3 years ago. We're about to sign an MOU with our major funder in the UK on that name. And so we have essentially 2 models working under the same umbrella. Millet Fuller Foundation, which is our traditional entity, which will continue to build houses at a giveaway price if you want, on a subsidized rate. That is our own social housing. And then we will have building on a larger scale MFF Housing, which will be doing the work that we have actually done for the last couple of years, working with entities like Family Home Funds. I just want to say at this point that, for us, working with Family Home Funds has actually been a blessing. Family Home Funds came at a good time. We were very lucky when an entity called Real UK, and you've heard one of their directors speak on the first day, came in to fund us. And essentially what Real is doing is trying to do exactly what Nkiru was talking about, trying to establish the viability and the investability of the concept of low-income housing, if you want. I'm beginning to feel a bit jittery about this affordable housing thing because really I don't know what affordable housing is anymore. I'm sorry. It's getting so confusing that we're even thinking of just calling ourselves low-income housing providers because people are building at 50 million, 20 million and calling it affordable housing. Some even 40 or 50 million and saying this one is affordable luxury, but it's still affordable, So I don't really know what affordable housing is anymore, So we are focused on low-income housing. And I think really it's time for us to begin to just, first of all, I'm happy to see that government is becoming very determined, and the mindset is changing because really it's all about mindset. And it's all about deciding you know, that you want to meet this level. I mean, 80% of Nigerians, as I mentioned in my presentation yesterday, 80% of Nigerians earn less than 50,000 naira a month. So when you're carrying out a program and you're unable to meet even a single one of this group, you begin to wonder, you know. So, well done, Family Home Funds. Well done, Nkuru. It's nice to be able to meet you finally. And Sunny has become my brother in 2 or 3 months. When we met, it was as if we'd known each other for 20 years, you know. And you have a fantastic team. Well done, Femi.
Thank you very much. Nkiru, I'd like you to be my sister so that when you see my invoice, it will be fast-tracked. There's a misconception that Abuja Housing Show is a talk show. Every year, we gather people, we come, we talk, we go. During the 12th edition, by the way, I'm a director and I head the international partnerships. During the 12th event, the minister, then for Power Works and Housing, Fashola, he was here. And we challenged government. Abuja Housing Show is not about mortgages alone. It's not about housing finance. I said it yesterday, I'm saying it again. Every Nigerian cannot be a homeowner. Even when you can afford, sometimes people opt out to rent. You know? What are we doing about the low end? I think the Family Home Funds is a deliberate, is a direct response. When Femi made this presentation, he mentioned rental assistance. I forgot what he called it, but that's an opportunity. So it's not about wanting to own. The Family Home Funds will also assist low-income Nigerians who are willing, who want to rent. He also mentioned a down payment assistance. In one of my remarks yesterday, I had talked about a settlement down payment loan program. In their case, it's going to be deferred for 5 years. Maybe down the line, we can also look at the possibility of making forgivable loans, you know, if it's going to be your primary residence. However, if you're going to sell it for a profit, then there's going to be some kind of recapture to discourage flipping. My bill is coming. It's now time for my Oga, Brain and Hammers. Please, let's hear your perspective. You can sit or you can come, you know. I mean, particularly the brand. I come to Abuja every year, you know, and my perception of Brain and Hammers is for the Billionaires Boys Club. You know, I'd like to see how you intend to play, or I mean,
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, my name is Kabir Ganu. I will stand on the existing protocol as well. Thank you so much. I've been chasing this guy's Family Home Fund for 2.5 years. Mr. Femi is aware of that. We're trying to do business. By his grace, inshallah, we'll do business together. Yeah, so Brents and Hammers is actually not only a high end, we into threefold. In fact, we basically started as a real estate company. We have evolved over time to actually now include hospitality. We're into hotels, commercial real estate as well, agro-business. We're in about 5 locations, 5 states: Abuja, Lagos, Kano, Niger State, and of recent Oyo State. We're doing agro-business together, about 2,000 hectares that we're working together there. We're into high-end premium, mid-luxury, and now affordable. In affordable, we're partnering with Niger State. We're building about 6,000 houses. Currently, one of our partners is Federal Mortgage Bank. They're funding a project to build about 1,250 houses. We actually commenced work about 3 months ago. We are at a substructure level now. Very soon, the funding program is about 9.4 billion naira project. They're working with them together on that. So basically, we are not only luxury, we're affordable. Of course, there's massive difference between social housing and affordable housing. Yeah, so we affordable, and what led to that is because even the low-income earners are yearning to have a taste of what Brents and Hammers is. So we looked at it and said, hey, if we can do this, we can actually scale it down to see how we can actually include the mass, which are the civil servant, how we can actually incorporate them. So that's why we partner with Niger State. They gave us about 400 hectares of land where we're building the Brents and Hammers affordable housing. It's on Kuba Expressway. We harnessed to actually bring it to Abuja by building about 3.8 kilometers of road behind MD Abubakar Barracks. So that's what we're doing there. And we're partnering with a lot of civil servants, different organizations, National Hospital, Federal Road Safety, National Open University, to name just a few. We've signed MOU to build houses for them on that. That is why I've been chasing Femi to see how we can work together to provide more lower to even scale it down to social housing. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. We, in total, our land bank, we have about 6,000 to 7,000 hectares of land across all these 5 locations. Our projects, we're about over 200 billion project in our portfolio. We have about 10,000 houses now that people are living in. We plan to have about 25,000 houses in the next 5 years, inshallah, in the near future. So that is Brents and Hammers for you. In terms of CSR, we have actually built about more than 15 kilometers of roads in Abuja alone. We are not only leading to our estate, but other developers are also utilizing as well. We've built boreholes, transformers, police outposts, fire service stations, and so many more other CSR within our communities. We've actually empowered communities. We employed people from the local communities to be part of that. Direct and indirect hires, we have over 25,000 employments in our portfolio as a company as well. We partner with local manufacturers like pens, Piccadilly pens, to be specific, Shamlax to provide doors for us, Royal Ceramics as well to actually provide tiles for us, and a number of people to do the windows as well and the roofing sheets for us. So that's us, Brents and Hammers. We are working to partner with other states as well to provide housing and as well for them, and commercial as well. In Kano, we are building a commercial hub, Kano Economic City, about 13,000 shops. It's a hub for West African states as well, where they can come and do businesses. Currently, we've moved pharmaceutical, what do you call them? Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria. Their shops are there, about 3,000 shops. GSM Village is also moving there. Trailer parks, we're moving them there, all in Kano. We have trailer parks, hotels, motels, SMEs in all that locations. We're looking to see if we can also get the immigration, the customs to actually come there so that people coming from Cameroon, from Chad, from Niger can do their transaction in one-stop shop for their transactions and move their product out of the country to go to their countries. So that is all we are doing as a company, Benson Hammers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you'll agree with me that this is one of the most engaging and interesting sessions of the event thus far. To recap, Family Home Funds to date has funded in excess of 10,000 units of houses across Delta, Ogun, Kano, Nasarawa, Kaduna, Yobe, Bauchi, Adamawa, Borno. Yeah. Even more importantly, they've empowered directly and indirectly over 60,000 Nigerians in terms of employment, job creation. And this is just within a couple of years in operation. You can imagine what Family Home Funds will achieve in 5 years. I encourage stakeholders to come together and embrace Family Home Funds. I must emphasize that it is not in competition. It is there to support. We're going to take a few questions, and then the MD of Family Home Funds, Femi Adewale, will round up.
Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Ernest Clark. I am the Deputy Managing Director for Technical Service, National Housing Authority, Republic of Liberia. This 15th International Abuja Housing Finance Conference, we, the Liberian, my president has taken this initiative very serious, because at Liberia we are desperate for the development of homes. Mr. Oda and Mr. Fimi can contest, because two of them, if I were looking in this room, to know who have been in Liberia, they both of them have paid a visit to Liberia before. So, Mr. Fimi, Mr. Oda, how can we make this work for Liberia, looking at our desperate needs? Thank you very much, sir.
Femi, do you want to take that? Okay. Questions, observations?
Good afternoon. My name is Town Planner Lami P.K. Ayuba from Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. I'm sorry, I don't know what I will ask, whether it's been discussed, because I've been off and on. Now, my question goes to Family Homes company. Well, if we talk about low income, how low is low income? Is it the minimum wage of 18,000 or 30,000? Now, for what strata of population? Is it the literate, semi-literate, illiterate? Now, how will they be able to pay, or how will their monthly payment be such that they can still pay their monthly maintenance or cost of living expenses? Secondly, I see the low income. If you profile them, there are different categories of low income. You have domestic workers who earn between probably 20, 50 to 100,000. You have self-employed persons who live on subsistent, low-yielding businesses. You have civil servants. or employers of private organizations. My take is, if you want to really help these low-income earners to get affordable housing or to get housing, there are some domestic workers that have worked with their bosses for their lifetime. Now, I think if you collaborate with their bosses to provide housing for them in way of like, let them contribute in providing housing for their workers, it will ease discharge exit for those workers when it's time for them to go. It will also give them some commitment, so that they'll be committed to their bosses to work because they know that they are gaining something. And it also reduces the cost of discharge when it is time for these workers to go, because if I'm working for a boss and I know that every month my boss is contributing something and have seen the house, I will sit down and work well. My children will even serve you even when you don't call me. But most of the time you find that in Nigeria, low-income earners have their own problems. You have these workers, a lot of problems associated with them because there's no confidence that, okay, if I live or if I'm working, what will I get? So it's somewhere you can cash into that, okay, collaborate with their employers to see if you can collaborate with them to contribute in providing housing for them over a long term. So also employers in the private sector, whereby you have employees that are very committed to your work. How can you do to reward them? It might not be just contributing pension or...
Madam, can you round up, please?
Okay, so you just help to, if you collaborate with the employers, I think it will be very good. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it, please. I'm sorry. I have to use my prerogative. Madam, before Family Home Funds respond directly to you, you've brought out a very passionate, you made a passionate case. But at some point, it is what it is. How do I mean? Not everybody can own a home. We need to start changing our mindset. We need to start changing. It's a reality. Not everybody can be a homeowner. And in response to that, there's the rental opportunity. Thank you. Femi, do you want to take the... Yeah.
Let me quickly, is this one? Okay, so let me just quickly take the Liberia issue. NHA is an old friend from days past in Shelter Africa. Actually, I think NHA was my last assignment in Shelter Africa, so I have some affinity with that. The Family Homes Fund is unfortunately very centrally Nigeria focused. That is where its mandate is. But I think what we can do, and I know that about 2 or 3 years ago, Sam was trying to do something in Liberia. I think what we can do is to support people like Sam working with you and some of our local developers who are wanting to expand and build capacity to interface with NHA out of Monrovia to achieve what you want to achieve. I think that's a discussion that we'll be quite happy to have with you, but I think it's probably not likely that we can invest directly into Liberia. I think it will mostly be providing support for people like Sam to be able to do that. We are probably not at that stage yet. I think our shareholders think that we have enough to do here, but you know, we have a Pan-African viewpoint, and I think we'll be quite happy to support in any way that we can, while staying within our governing instruments.
All right. The one critical point that was made by Madame also is that there's a wide or a large pool of people who are in need of housing. And I think I'll just like to underscore, you know, the types of products that Family Homes Funds is trying to put on the ground. And the moderator did try to make this point, which is, in the first instance, a large pool of young people will just not be in a position to own, but they can rent to own. And the state housing corporations are working with us at this point to see how such facilities, such housing facilities can be provided first in the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. At this point in time, we've gone very far in terms of the conceptuals and the draft agreements, and we now want to move towards seeing how we can pick specific projects in each of the 6 geopolitical zones. Remember that we're just about 2.5 to 3 years old. Probably in another 3 years' time, we'll be discussing the results from this. Now, if I may just use this opportunity, Professor Nyangete talked about greening the houses. I'd just like to use this opportunity to also state that part of the economic sustainability plan is the 5 million solar housing project, and that we have been working with the coordinator and his team to also see how this solar housing opportunity can be provided in those houses that Family Homes Funds is trying to put out across the entire country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just, if I may,
Yeah,
just 2 minutes.
yeah. Why don't you do that and you round up,
Okay.
and that's it.
All right. Oh, I can round up from here.
Yes.
Okay. I think the lady asked a very important question, and I think it's important to address it in terms of what the social housing program is trying to do. Just to give you some metrics. So on the lowest price units at 2 million, and that's very difficult, but we're doing everything possible to stick to it, that on every of the projects that we finance, there are at least a number of units that are available and sold at 2 million naira. Based on the 15-year repayment period in the social housing program, that will cost just under 11,000 naira per month. That is the payment, okay? Interest and principal. That means that for a low-income wage earner, so your point is that we are working with a low-income wage earner at 30,000 naira, is about a third of their income. And that is not factoring in any secondary income or a couple who are living there. Together. So that's very important, and we've been very mindful, and I think we still have some work to do to bring that under 10,000 by perhaps shifting the amortization structure of the repayment. So I think that is really about how low can low get, and that is where we are. On the issue about informality and formality, absolutely right. Look, we can't ignore the fact that close to 80% of our population and our economy is in the informal sector. So our rental housing fund addresses that to a large extent. But we also understand that we can't just say because you're in the informal sector, you cannot own a house. So I give an example. We are looking to support a project in Kaduna. It's called the Adashi Women's Housing Project or Women's Housing Society. It's a group of market women who have come together. So that's purely informal sector in one of the central Kaduna markets. And they put themselves together, and since March last year, they started making monthly payments. And over that period of time, we've kind of said, okay, they formed themselves into a group, and we now feel that actually we can support this group to build the house. They demonstrate some capability to pay, okay? And that is an innovation that I think is possible. I think in the pipeline currently we have in Ibadan a group of bicycle repairers who have also formed themselves into a group with payments, contractual savings schemes, and be able to access financing for housing in the informal sector. So I think you're absolutely right. It's a tough space,
but I think it's one that we will need to continue to innovate around it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. All right. Thank you very much. Let's just have group photographs, and then. For those that are present here today and are interested, there's going to be a tour of family fund projects tomorrow at 10 a.m. A bus will be available outside. So if you would like to go and see the 2 million naira homes and 1 million, and even 1 million naira homes. So it's not just, you know, talk on paper. You actually visit it to, again, a bus will be made available 10 a.m. tomorrow.
A round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Group photographs, please. If bicycle repairers can own homes, can come together, civil servants should be able to own homes. Am I right? Civil servants should be able to own homes. 1 million. We were told that yesterday by the CEO Millard Fuller Foundation, Sam Odia, that with 1 million you can own a home. And today also, we have been told that with 2 million, courtesy the family home funds, you can own a home. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause for them. Thank you for that elaborate conversation. At this time, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we go, I would want to call on Green Bricks and Tech for their presentation. They are one of our sponsors, and they have a 5-minute presentation before we are done for today. Please, a round of applause for Green Bricks and Tech. Mohammed Ladan is giving that presentation.
Hello, everyone. Greetings to the chairman, the moderator as well. My name is Mohammed Ladan from Green Bricks and Tech Limited. So you talk about having youth representation. I would like to thank my MD as well for providing me with this opportunity to come up here today. You see, the problem of sustainability is one of the most pronounced and amplified in the construction industry today. And also, on the other hand, you have the massive, growth of the real estate industry in Nigeria and the world. If you take from where you get your depending on where you get your indices from, you find out that between 5 to 7% of the GDP in our economy is real estate. And that's massive if you compare it to something like, let's say, petroleum, which is just over 9%, right? So that's a huge chunk of our economy. And you would want to, as a business person, strategically put yourself in that part of the economy. So at Green Bricks and Tech, we found Edge. You see, the International Finance Corporation also had the same idea as we had. They're trying to solve a very 21st century problem of sustainability, and also at the same time tackle issues surrounding, the housing deficit. The Federal Mortgage Bank placed the housing deficit formally at about 20 million units. So that is a huge, aspect of business opportunity you would want to tap into as a business person. So what EDGE provides us with is a platform and a tool to become the first formally accredited green residential buildings in Nigeria. We have hired also South African project consultants that work with EDGE to be able to design sustainability, a sustainability strategy for our Air One project in Life Camp. It's quite remarkable that we share similar values with EDGE. At Green Bricks and Tech, we believe that there isn't just one answer to the question of sustainability. We have deployed a number of strategies to answer this particular question. We have categorized this strategy into three. You have the energy approach, the materials approach, and the water approach as well, to save all of these components of the design. We are going to produce 20% of our annual energy requirements from a renewable source, which is solar. At the same time, we're going to deploy a central water heating system, provide LED lights, double glazed windows, so that we can be able to reduce 40% of our annual energy usage for the homes. That is actually massive. In terms of renewable energy, human power is really at the cutting edge of renewable energy production. We've had cities use parts generated by purely, taking energy from parts or footpaths that generate energy for use for street lights and stuff. We are going to use kinetic energy regenerating gym equipment. It's just a fancy way of providing equipment or gym equipment that store human energy that go into those equipment, and we can then reuse them in the building itself or to power the building. In terms of materiality, we have partnered with a product that is an interlocking blocking system that uses 30% less of the cement needed as mortar to build these homes. Because if you look at it, 70% of the greenhouse gases are produced from the production of cement alone, which is a huge part of the construction industry. If you go to, the use of water, we have looked at this and came up with a strategy to have a grey water reuse system that would be used as part of, that would be used to, water lawns and other non-drinking uses for the homes. Also, we have gone with low-flow fixtures and dual flush systems in the toilets that will reduce the average water consumption of these estates by up to 30%. Practically at Green Bricks and Tech, we are bridging the gap between theory and practicality or practice. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are Green Bricks and Tech. You can look at us on our platform outside on our booth. Please visit us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmed Ladan. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. We sincerely do appreciate you for staying till the end of the sessions for today. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll finally come to the end of day 3, and we will be here tomorrow again. Tomorrow will be the last day. Thank you to everyone who made it possible. Thank you to all those who spoke, and I believe you got something. I believe that low-income earners will have homes for themselves in this country. That's why we are here. That's why we are partnering. That's why we are collaborating. That's why this housing show was put together. And this is the 15th edition. I want to say thank you once again to the organizers of this show, the largest housing and construction sector stakeholders platform in Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, and everyone here present, we have come to the end of the sessions for today. Please, if you are a registered member, if you are duly registered, just go by the left. By the left, if you go out of this building, by the left, that's where the lunch will be happening. Please just go there and have your lunch for today. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. My name is Ben Dodo. Good evening.